I really was being angry and disrespectful and all the things that he perceived me to be, then I'd be like, yeah, you're right. Like, I'm sorry.
My worry is how easily you get annoyed by things sometimes. I don't want that to be like a factor in the relationship.
Hey guys, and welcome to Little Black Book 91. We're talking to you guys about Married at First Sight. We'll have a few people on a little bit later on, but we're going to be breaking down the latest episode of Married at First Sight, episode 14. And let me just say this now: I want to focus majority my personal own kind of breakdown. I want to focus majority on Lindy and Miguel, and the reason being is because there is so much happening in this relationship, but also because I was on Reddit. And Reddit is honestly the place that will gaslight you like no tomorrow. If Lindy can gaslight, Reddit can gaslight. In fact, gaslit is Reddit beyond anything. Okay? Oh, you guys can't hear me. Hold on a moment. Hello, guys. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that, guys. There we go. I didn't have my sound on. I do apologize, guys. I turned the sound on. Okay, so yes, we're talking obviously about Married at First Sight, dealing with obviously episode 14, and we're talking about obviously Lindy. I want to talk specifically about Lindy and talk a little bit about Miguel, because honestly, there was a lot that was happening. Listen, let's be real. Let's be absolutely real. Lindy gaslit Miguel in this moment. No, I don't. No. Gaslight's the wrong word. I'm tired of using the word gaslight. I think sometimes gaslight is a too easy word to use. I want to say that Lindy, okay, was failing to see where she was going wrong. Okay, and let me tell you, I'm gonna break it down and tell you why I believe Lindy was absolutely in the wrong, and having the situation is problematic. Now, many people are going to focus on Miguel this episode because they don't understand what was happening. They don't understand how we got to this particular moment as well. The inability to be accountable for when you do something wrong is what's the problem with Lindy. Lindy does things wrong, and then when you try to say something about her, because she connects her ego, her fragile ego, to her wrong behavior. You know, I always say this thing as well. You'll realize that she doesn't take accountability for her actions. It's almost like when I was dealing with the Zadia situation. Remember you guys remember when I was doing a Ready to Love and Zadia situation? I don't want to bring her up again, but I had to bring her up again as well. It's all the inability to recognize you've done something wrong. Now that is a very difficult thing to work with somebody who doesn't know how to recognize their wrongs, or when they do wrong, they're so quick to say, well, let's get over it. There is no just get over it. You have to deal with the actual issue. We have to speak about what you've actually done. You know what I mean? So when I saw that, I was like, okay, great, I can see that. Now, yeah, definitely, I agree. Definitely, Miguel was in a mood this episode, but he's in the mood for a reason. He's in the mood because he's tired of her behavior, and this is what happens when you don't say how you feel straight away. This is what I was saying to you guys episodes before. Episodes before, Miguel came out and he was saying, oh, she's fine, she's good, she's great. And I said to you, Miguel, no, she's not. How you dealt with the issue, no, she's not. She's not fine and she's not great. It's got to a point where Miguel was tired. The reason why he was in a mood and a funk is because the behavior hasn't changed. He's tired of it. Like any man would be tired, like any woman would be tired of this behavior. It's problematic. I said this before, Linda needs therapy, not a relationship. She doesn't need marriage, she needs therapy. Because some of the things that she's dealing with, are beginning to affect the relationship in a negative form. And actually, I said this from earlier, it tends to flow into, it can quickly fall into abuse. It can quickly fall into emotional wise, right? So many people are focused on Miguel. I was on Reddit the other day and I was just watching Reddit, and it's just post after post after post. Miguel was an abuser. Miguel is this. I can't believe Miguel ruined her good day. Can't believe Miguel is this. Look, I'm looking at it now. Look, I'm looking at it now. And let me see some of the comments. Stand your ground, Lindy. Your poetry sucks, Miguel. Your new rules of being married to Miguel. Miguel. What they said here. I used to think Miguel was nice. Now he's a complete arse. Where Miguel wants a submissive wife. Lindy, you can't handle. Like, people don't realize what people don't realize is when someone I'm going to put it so bluntly for you to make it very clear why I believe Lindy is a bit abusive. I want you to change the narrative now from being about Lindy. If a man was to tell you, I can get even more angry than I'm getting right now, what would you say? I want to hear everybody's thoughts in the comment section, right? If a man was to tell you, this isn't even the full extent of my anger, I can go higher, what would you say? Your first thought would be, oh my God, that guy, he's abusive. He's ready to be abusive. And I would agree with you. If any person can tell you, do you know what? You ain't even got the extent of my anger. You can get more. Why are you even getting annoyed at this level of anger? I can go further. You can't, I can go even more angry. I want you to understand how crazy that sounds. I want you to understand how crazy that sounds. So this is going to emotional abuse, which will inevitably potentially next go to physical abuse. So when somebody says to you they can go more than they would have gone to, at that point, you are a danger. Right? You are a danger. I'm so sorry. There is no excusing that behavior. I'm not about to put your no, oh my gosh, you got ADHD. I don't care. If you've got ADHD, I don't care if you've got behavioral issues. As far as I'm concerned, you're not with me. I'm not in that situation. I'm not about to deal with that. Now, the opening scene of this particular show, we saw at the very beginning. If you watch at the very beginning, it starts off with an argument between, well, not an argument, but a situation between the two of them. Miguel's already in a funk, and I think he's in a funk because he's just not in the mood for it today. He's had enough. I think what's happened is also as well, because he doesn't say it at the time, it's building up. You know, it's building up. It's built up, and what's happened is, you know, as it's built up, he's got frustrated. So now there's a situation there. I think he was lying down. Okay, he was lying down. At the very beginning. Let me see if I can get the clip for you guys.
Something with the group.
Hold on.
And it just
I want to see if I can get a clip for you guys.
someone to say.
See if we can.
I can literally, it's like
I was looking at your
Basically,
dress,
at the
babe.
beginning, what happened was
Enjoy each other.
they were having a conversation, and she wanted him to take
keep this
a
private.
photo. You actually can hear the sound in the background, so let me put it on mute because you can actually hear the sound in the background. So sorry. And so they were having a conversation. And she wanted to take some photos because they were getting themselves prepared for the prom, which again, fine. I totally get it. Right. The issue was obviously at the time, and I know this kind of feeling, he wasn't ready to do this photo right now. Right. He wasn't in the mood. And she then got stressed at him, because he didn't, want to take the photo. Now, here's the thing. The stress isn't the issue. The issue is the fact that when Lindy gets stressed, she has a tendency to go further. All right? She has a tendency to go further. See, and that's what I'm trying to say. Like, if someone gets angry at you, right, and they get annoyed at you, you get annoyed and you're like, I'm annoyed at you. But when people have a habit of being annoyed and it can get emotionally abusive, which is what I'm calling Lindy's behavior, because it is, because she tried to, this is the whole situation with the whole, like I said this to you guys before, when she gets on television, she was priming him for more violent outbursts. That's what she's been doing. She's been priming him for more violent outbursts. So yes, I will call him a victim because she's been priming him for violent outbursts. If someone keeps telling you, I'm going to be worse, I'm going to get more angry, and you have to handle it, that is what I'm telling you, that they're priming you for emotional abuse. Simple as. Do you know what I'm saying? Right? Okay. So the situation obviously then happens at the very beginning, which is that they're having an argument about the phone camera. Now, of course, I think he could have taken a photo. I think he could have done it. I think he could have been grumpy and taken it, right? And this is why I said that Miguel needs to speak up, because when you don't, this is what happens when you let things build up. Clearly, there's been other things that have been building up, okay? Clearly, other things have been building up. And it's now come to a point where now, instead of dealing with the things that have built up, it's built up to a point now you're reacting to something more than you need to react, right? So you're annoyed, but it's not really the fact she's asked you to take a photo in an inopportune time that makes you annoyed. you're annoyed at this moment because at this particular point in time, point in time, you've got so many different things that have happened to you. You're literally frustrated. Do you know what I'm saying? Literally frustrated. Okay. Yeah, she did say that. Still, she did say, "Don't take a selfie, take a portrait." So yeah, at that point, he's already in a mad mood, right? And so now, obviously, the situation is Miguel. Then obviously, then goes. Miguel then obviously then being stubborn or whatever he's been doing, all right, in that moment. Okay, doesn't do the right thing in terms of the photo. She's frustrated in that moment. She then shouts whatever, and he's like, "Hey, like, stop shouting at me." Now, the reason why it becomes an issue is because this is not the first time. If it was the first time, okay, if it was the first time, then yeah, we can understand. It's not the first time. And and remember, I said this as well about this as well. You know, I said this to you guys before. Some of you really believe that you're going to suddenly become this great person if you start dating a good man. It's never going to happen. You're going to go through a process. And if that person doesn't have the patience to deal with you, you're going to lose them. So I'm talking about men and women here. If you are in dire straits and you're crappy as a partner, you getting a good partner does not mean that you're suddenly going to become this great partner for the good partner. No, you're going to go through a process. And in that process, you potentially will ruin that relationship before you actually complete and get to the other side of things. So you need to be doing these things before. You know what I'm saying? So for in that situation there, it's clear that Miguel should have said something earlier and not had this situation building up. And so, like, at the end of the situation, you're not going to be frustrated and at the end of your tether, which is what you find yourself in, you know? And that's where he found himself. He found himself in the end of his tether because, again, he hasn't expressed himself. And Miguel needs to learn how to articulate himself at the right time so that it doesn't build up. Because when it builds up, now you look like the bad guy. You know? So the thing is, I wonder if I can play the clip so you guys can actually see it as well. Here we go. You can hear it.
Oh, come on.
All right.
Thank you.
But I don't appreciate that tone, I'll tell you that.
Oh, I was kidding.
Was it kidding?
I promise it was.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm also just not in the mood to be like your personal photographer.
I just asked for one photo. I didn't know that you were against it. I'm sorry.
So this situation, obviously, the reason why it's got to the point it's got to, I think it's really because, like I said, he's frustrated. She's asked him a very simple task. Can you take a photo? He just needs to take a photo. Or, do you know what? In that moment, all you could have said is that, look, Lindy, I'm not in the mood. I want to just rest. Right? You assert your boundaries again. She might be annoyed, but you've asserted your boundaries. But then when you then go take the photo and then you take a selfie instead of taking an actual photo, you're exasperating the situation. So you're not actually helping in that particular moment. Right? You're not helping yourself in that moment. You know, so in that particular moment, he was wrong, because if you're going to take the photo, we're not going to then take a selfie. Take the photo. You know exactly what she's asking for. In that moment, you're being stubborn. See, in that moment there, Miguel was being stubborn, right? And he was annoyed, so he was moving in his annoyance. He was moving in his frustration. So rather than just taking a photo, he took a selfie. And then obviously when she's getting annoyed at him, he's then getting annoyed, right? Then he's getting annoyed back because she's getting annoyed, because he's already annoyed already. Do you know what I'm saying? Right? But now, the next part where she said she's joking, she weren't joking. Right? She wasn't joking. And I think that's the part that he kept on trying to bang on later on about, you weren't joking. Stop saying you were joking when you weren't joking. You weren't joking. And this is what I'm trying to say about Lindy's behaviors. We have manipulative behavior. We have you getting angry and you priming us that you're going to get angry and you're going to get more angry. You haven't seen anything yet. I haven't got to a 10 yet. Right? And now when we're saying and to, saying you're joking when you're not joking, you weren't joking. You're being truthfully how you felt, right? You weren't joking. So there are aspects of Linda's behavior which, first, like I said, I just don't think she's been in a relationship. I think she should sit on a bench and heal and take some time out, because it's becoming problematic. And like I said, I think her behaviors are on the abusive scale. I think they are. And anybody saying, oh, if she had a good man, if Miguel was more understanding, she wouldn't. She would do the exact same thing. She would do the exact same thing. She would do the exact same thing. Yeah? Do the exact same thing. So Kadeen asks, why does he get offended the next time she doesn't ask him? Because that's not what he asked. That's not what he told her. See, this is when people do black and white, you have to, the context of what someone said, that's not what he said. What he said to her was, I was tired. I told you I was tired. I was resting on the thing. I was resting. The argument was that he was resting. So when you're asking me, and I'm telling you I'm resting, I'm tired, and you're forcing me to come and take this photo, which, by the way, like I said, he should have asserted his boundaries. He should have asserted his boundaries, and he didn't, and that's his problem. And now you're more vexed because you didn't assert your boundaries. You should have asserted your boundaries and said, listen, I'm not taking a photo right now. I know you want me to, but I'm not in the mood. So when he said that, he said, listen, that's what I said. The next time, okay, he's not in that, supposedly. I'm putting quote unquote. Supposedly he's not in that mood, right? She said, obviously, I wasn't sure whether I could ask you or not. Because the last time I asked you, no, just deep it. There's a time and a season for everything. Like Lindy, if somebody's tired and they tell you they're tired, they're tired. You're asking them to take a photo and you know they're tired. But like I said, if you're gonna do it, Miguel, you can't then say that. You know what I'm saying? You can't. Yeah, but the difference is he told her he was tired. If I remember correctly, I hope I remember correctly. I may be wrong. I may be wrong slightly. But I want to, if I'm wrong, you can correct me. If I remember correctly, in that argument, he told her, because later on, when you have the argument later on, he told her, I was tired. I told you I was tired. Right? Whereas I think in this particular end one, right, similar enough. I know he said he was resting. He was resting on a. He was resting. He didn't. I don't know if he said anything. I'm not sure if he did. Oh, he didn't tell her. Okay. Okay, fair enough then. Okay, fair enough then. If I can't remember if he didn't say it then yeah, then I'll agree with your point then. Then that in that instance, he has no right to be angry later on, right? That's him being emotional in that instance then. So the second part, yeah, then if that's the case, if you didn't let her know, then that second whole issue, the later on, he has no right to be angry. You can't be annoyed about her not asking you, because in this instance, it's a similar situation. You're resting, you're lounging, you haven't expressed that you're tired. Then, you know what I'm saying, that's an inability to express yourself, then you have an issue there, right? So in that instance, she has every right not to then ask you if you're resting and watching a sunset, you can't get annoyed. So Miguel's issue is that he's emotional and doesn't know how to express himself. And so because you don't express yourself, you get more angry because you're annoyed at the fact that you feel like she's disrespecting you, but you haven't told her this is an issue. You know? Shawnee boy. You telling me, cuz? You're on mute, though.
Oh, my bad. I was on mute. What an episode, bro.
Bro, what episode? We're just talking about Lindy and Miguel, bro. I'm just going to say it. Lindy's abusive. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Uh-oh. You bringing out the abuse word?
Yeah, she is.
You ready to tussle, I see.
I'm ready to tussle. She's very... Bro, I'm telling you now, like, if we were sitting here saying a man told a woman, hey, I can go up levels in my anger, we wouldn't even be discussing this, whether this is abusive. We'll just say it's abusive. Like, and again, do you know what? Let me not go too deep, because it's giving me flashbacks.
You're getting triggered. Don't be triggered, coach.
Let me chill. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but no, it's because it's for me, it's annoying, and it's not necessarily our audience. Our audience has been cool, actually. It's when I read Reddit. I went through Reddit, and there's like 7, 8, 9 posts all saying the exact same thing. Miguel is crazy. Miguel is this. Miguel is that. And I'm just like, I'm looking at the situation. I'm like, okay, nobody said Miguel's perfect. All right. No one said Miguel's perfect. I think he's very emotional. I think he struggles to express how he feels. He's very poor at doing that. And that, because of that, he gets frustrated, and then it makes it more annoying when he's dealing with Lindy. So he's gonna have a level of toxicity. Most definitely he will, because that inability to express yourself makes you passive aggressive, right? Which means that now, like that situation with the camera thing, where if he didn't say at the very beginning where he said I'm tired, at the very end, and then you get annoyed about it when you're on a sunset beach because she didn't ask you for it. You know why she didn't ask you for it, right? I know why you feel that way, but it doesn't make a difference because you don't express yourself in that moment to the dirt, right? Cool. Someone said he purposely ruined the night. Probably, yeah. I'll be honest with you, he probably did. When people are emotional, they do some stupid stuff like that. And I bet he, probably in the back of his mind, he's probably thinking, not necessarily I'm going to ruin your night, but we're going to discuss this. And you're not going to have a good time because I'm not having a good time. So you're not going to have a good time. We're both not going to have a good time now. And I can definitely, I definitely can see that as well. You know what I mean? I definitely can see that. But it's just like, I'm not going to equate Lindy to Miguel. No way am I going to equate the two of them. Not when you tell me you can go levels up. You know what I mean? And then it's like when I'm trying to tell you, even the cart scene when they're in the garden, I'm looking at we're rolling on a cart and I'm listen, you may think his poetry is trash. You may do. This is giving me the same thing about the Tia Mowry and Corey situation. The interruption thing. It's like, if I'm sharing my heart with, and I know where Miguel's coming from. The difficulty with Miguel is that he doesn't express himself, so it gets even more annoying when people kind of cut across you. Like, he can't do what Corey did. Corey was like, "Let me finish," and then look. Do you see how you can't win? I say, "Let me finish." People are saying you're abusive in the way you told your wife. Then you say, "I won't say anything." They say, "Well, you just spoke up." You know what I mean? But I mean, I'm sure there's a better way to have said it anyway. Let's be honest, he could have said it in a better way. But that scene there, when he's giving you, he actually tried 3 times to try and tell it. Like he did a little poetry thing, and then she literally, as he was doing it, look at the horse, and like that part's not necessarily, I wouldn't say it's abusive. I just say it's annoying, right? It's hella annoying and if you're not ready to listen, just again let the person know, hey, look, do you know what? And girl, I would love to hear your poetry, but right now I just want to just focus on the horses. I want to see the horses that are going by at this moment. Do you know what I mean? I want to see the dogs that are going by. So I may not be able to give you 100% attention at this current climate. That's letting somebody know, right? But then when someone's giving you a and remember the poetry that he's giving is him being vulnerable in that moment and telling you something, and then you literally just tell that person, you know what? Look at the horses. Now, God, if you don't like the poetry, that's fine. No one's saying none of us like the poetry. It was trash. The poetry was trash. It wasn't even poetry. I don't know what it was. It wasn't spoken word either. It was something. Okay, but I'm not about to now pretend to ignore what you're saying to me and focus on something else. That is a disrespectful move. And if you do it on several occasions, I'm sorry, that's not to do with your ADHD. That's simply to do with the fact that you are inconsiderate in how you deal with people, and you're used to being inconsiderate. No one's pulled you up. No one's told you. No one's telling you that it's bad behavior and how to maneuver. You know what I mean? So, you know, I wasn't impressed by that, you know. But the poetry wasn't great. But again, it's not about the poetry; it's about the behavior that we're talking about. What's your thoughts, bro?
Yeah, I think what I see is there's 2 things at play here. And I think some of us will look at it at the surface and be like, why is he arguing with her about a selfie? Well, for anybody that's been married or been in a long-term relationship, how many times do you have arguments that are not really about the arguments? And when the argument's over, sometimes you don't even remember why you were arguing, but you were arguing on principle. And similar to what you were saying is he was arguing on principle because at the end of the day, he was fed up of constantly having to deal with her actions. And to me, the biggest problem about Lindy in these scenarios is she always warns us. It's like, don't you dare, don't push me, because she was like, and he thinks this is something, wait until next. And she's like, and I've been trying to. He should be so grateful that I'm holding it all together for him. No, we should not be grateful. We should not. You should know how to communicate effectively, and you should also have a level of self-awareness. And therein lies the biggest problem. Now, on his side, the big issue is similar to exactly what you were saying earlier. He is not effectively communicating along the way. So as issues progress, he may state it, and then she just diminishes it with her tears and her fragility, and then before you know it, he's kowtowing to whatever she wants to do. And that is the wrong way. Because at the end of the day, how he said the first time is how he feels. He did not want to have her on the insurance. He thought it was too soon. He should have stood in his position, no matter whether she changes her last name or not. How you feel about the insurance is how you feel, and he should have stuck in that and see how she managed through that. Now, if she was able to work through that, then fine. But if she's still crying, throwing temper tantrums, then that's all you're going to get. You don't relent to a person that is throwing temper tantrums. So that's one where that's his fault, and then that's her tactic. She's extremely immature. Extremely immature. And I think it just goes back to her regressed childhood, where she never got to do certain things, where she never got to fully have that childhood. So in her mind, she's having it now, and these outbursts are her right? Because she's always defending her behavior. And I'll give you the one thing that, as much as Miguel's outburst was misplaced, wrong timing, executed poorly, he was aware. You know what I mean? He was like, I know I'm being moody. I came into the trip with low energy. So he is aware. He has at least a level of self-awareness that he understands what's going on. And I see somebody saying he's a woman beater. Please, let's not. I don't think so. I think he's somebody that's annoyed. And I think this is the problem, where now we need to kind of open our lens a little bit and give a man room to have emotions, right? We're not saying he's right, but he is in his feelings, and emotionally he is fed up, and he has an outburst, which we can all agree is not right and is not the best way. But let's not label him so far, because he's just showing frustration. He's annoyed. He doesn't want to take the pictures. And, that's all he ever did with her. He didn't scream and shout at her. He didn't lord himself over her in such a way. He didn't pick up the camera and toss it across the room. You know what I mean? He was just like, I don't feel like taking your dumb pictures right now. So I think let's just take a step back and think about what happens when you're annoyed. Think about what happens when you are frustrated in a situation. Do you react the best? No. And again, not saying he's right, but I'm saying let's not act like every time you're posed with a situation in a relationship, you always handle it the best. You always, walk away and say, yes, honey, let's talk about it later. Let's make an appointment today at 4 p.m. to discuss how much you're getting on my nerves. I bid you adieu, my dear. No, that's not real life. Sometimes we have reactions, and I'm just saying, let's not put anything on him that we really haven't seen yet. Whereas with her, we've seen her just constantly throw the temper tantrums. Whenever she's faced with something, she has these breakdowns. When he tried to, when he said the thing again, when she asked somebody in production to take the picture, then she's like, I can't do anything wrong. I always fail. Miss me with the fragility. Okay, miss me with the fragility, miss me with the tears. It's like he's upset, he's frustrated. How are we going to get anything accomplished? So that's what I think.
Yeah, no, and I'm with you, bro, as well, because I think the reason I see my younger self in Miguel as well, and I think that's why I have to hold him accountable as well, because the frustration that he's feeling in the way it's overspilling, in the way that it's overspilled in certain points, I know that feeling, and that is also, like I've told you guys, well, my mum also too. With mental illness as well. So it does affect you, because what you don't want to do, you don't want to upset people. You don't want to upset the person. So what happens is you learn how to tamper. You learn how to kind of withdraw your ability to speak. It's not that you don't have feelings, not that you stop having feelings. It's the fact you withdraw your ability to speak because you witness how it can impact a situation. Now that makes you also problematic because what happens is it piles up. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, sixth turn, boom. Then you wanna give somebody the a telling off, and actually the telling off is not more, it's less about that solo situation, but a whole host of things that you're now holding that person accountable for. So yes, in that particular moment, in that particular moment as well, where in that particular moment where Lindy's situation with Miguel at the prom even, right? The reason why the telling off is so much more harsher is because, like I said, when you're not used to speaking up a lot of times, it finally comes out, and then it's like it comes out in a do you know what I mean? Rather than it just being like, look, I'm gonna be very honest with you. This situation, what you're doing here is X, Y, and Z. I don't like that. Now, to be fair, I think he was very calm about it. I think he was pretty calm in those moments, but I could tell that he was seething. Underneath the surface, he's seething. But he didn't shout. He wasn't screaming. He wasn't trying to get in her face. He didn't get aggressive in his vibe. I think Miguel's original sentiments of wanting to leave the marriage is what he needs to follow through. The reason why he felt those things is not just because obviously his own past, but because he senses exactly what he's seeing right now. This behavior is not going to get any better. But the sex that you've had now is making you a little bit confused, and I can understand that. But you need to get out of there, okay? When you're calling somebody's behavior out, and then she starts to crying, that's when I realized, okay, yep, this girl knows how to manipulate and get herself out of a situation. When you're about to tell her off, that's when the tears start, the waterworks. I can never do anything wrong. I can never do anything right. I'm never this. I'm never that. Babe, it's only been today. It's only been today you've been told off. I don't know if anyone's. It's only today you've been told off. The other times you had a disagreement where both of you saw things differently. But today it's a day you've been told off. So don't go on like it's I can never do anything right. I can never do anything right. Can't do anything right. If you're doing things wrong, do you want me to not say anything? It's like the whole cart situation too. It's like you were doing something wrong. You were not doing you again when you were doing something wrong. I was trying to say something to you, and you're still trying to deny what you're actually doing. So now look, and this is what I'm talking about. I don't want to get triggered. I don't want to get annoyed, but I'm gonna do it. No, actually, no, I'm taking. I've learned from last year. I've learned from last season. But I find it frustrating because it's like, when we express these things, this is exactly why he would have got frustrated, because the moment he's expressing something, people are here saying he's manipulative, he's abusive. Why? Because he told her off, like I said, I don't think he does a great job of communicating. I think he has to work at being able to communicate so it's done at the right time. Because the reason why he had to tell her at the prom is because you don't know how to emotionally regulate very well. Otherwise, you would have said, you know what? For now, I'm going to hold it down. But after this prom, you were going to talk. But he couldn't hold on to it. It had to be there because he was in a mood, he was frustrated, he was pissed off, and it had to come out then. When you emotionally regulate, you learn to take your time and your seasons and say, do you know what? This is right now. I'm gonna stay true to what we said we're gonna do. We're gonna have this prom. I'm gonna let you have your moment, enjoy yourself. I'm gonna smile through it. But after, we're gonna have a conversation after. But because you don't know how to hold on to your emotions very well, because you're so used to pushing it down, that's the reason why it came out at the prom. And that's why I'm saying about you have to work on that thing, because otherwise it will come out at the wrong times, and then you ruin relationships because it comes at the wrong time, when really this has to be addressed after the prom situation. The cart one was fine, but this one here was at the prom. It was just like bro, you put on a lovely show for her and it's now ruined. You just have to wait till after. It's not everything. It's not everything that you have to address in that immediate moment. Sometimes you just have to wait. I think you had the present, you were right, but it didn't have to be addressed at that moment. I think it could have been addressed after as well.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of, picking your battles
Yeah.
and also learning how to communicate. And I mean, I see some, people in the comments, just talking about how his behavior shifted so quickly, and that's a problem. And I think we're all on the same page with that. And we're seeing that is a result of not effectively addressing things as they come up, and then it just becomes, I think they call it a wedge argument. So like once you get to the, you're so full, by the time you're arguing you just go full tilt,
Yeah.
versus dealing with things as they come up and addressing them effectively. So I think that's the point that we're trying to make, is that he needs to better and more effectively communicate. I don't, in theory, see this as abuse. I see it as him, or even manipulation, because what is he trying to manipulate her to do? He doesn't want to take the picture, and he has an attitude. He said, "I'm moody. I didn't come I didn't come into this trip with the right frame of mind. Um, I don't want to be your personal photographer," right? So he might be wrong in that that might not be Lindy's intention, but he's telling her how he felt. So I don't know where the level of manipulation is, or what he's trying to manipulate her to think or feel, right? He's just expressing himself in a not nice way, right? So I don't think that's manipulation. Manipulation is he's trying to get her to do something he wants. Now, earlier when we were talking about, him pushing the sex agenda, yeah, there's an element of manipulation, because there's something that he wants from Lindy, and she's, may or may not be at the same potential place that he is with her, right? So I think that is manipulation, where I'm going to say and do certain things to try to get you to a certain place. The manipulation would be in that. But at the end of the day, he is frustrated, he's upset, he's not communicating effectively with her, he's not being nice, and he's acknowledging that, right? So I think at the end of the day, until we see something further, people are people, you know? I'm going to show up and I'm going to get frustrated sometimes. It doesn't make me manipulative, right? If I say to you, "Coach, I'm so tired, I'm so angry about this," or, I'm like, "Oh, bro, I'm so annoyed, I'm frustrated," and then I tell you what my frustrations are, or you tell me there's something, and I'm like, "Nah, bro, I don't want to be bothered," and I snap at you, right? Like, that doesn't make me manipulative. It's not nice. It's not the best way to communicate, but I'm not manipulating you. I'm just not being considerate. I'm not being considerate in that moment, and I'm airing out my frustrations that I have with you or the situation on you. So, I think that I don't think he's being playful. No, it's not nice. It's mean, for sure. And I think, look, these things happen in relationships, and it's how you recover from that, right? Because the thing is, like, how we get to a point in the middle is just like you say to the person, there's instances, it's like, "Hey, babe, calm down, I just feel like you're coming at me kind of strong." And then it gives you, the person can deal with the behavior that you're giving, right? And so that they could, "I'm trying to understand what you're saying to me, but I feel like you're yelling at me right now." And then that brings the person an opportunity to bring down the strength in the room, right? If they're feeling scolded or yelled at, or whatever it is, right, in that moment. But for her, all she does is deflect. "Oh, I feel like I can't do anything right. I can't ever get it right." It's not about that. Like, it's not about he wants you to be perfect. He is frustrated. And I think that's where it came from. It's like, if you really are trying to hear what I'm saying, don't yes me to death. Don't try to shut me up because you don't want to hear something that I feel like you did wrong. Help me, or ask for more of how I can understand that, right? Say, "Listen, babe, I see you're in a bad mood. I'm not trying to frustrate you. What's the issue? Like, I don't want you to yell at me. I'm not a child. Don't yell, blah, blah, blah. Tell me what's your real issue." Right? But the deflection and the tears is where the manipulation really comes into play, right? Because if every time I talk to you, you get to crying, it's a way for me to stop. That's all that is. It's a stop sign. It's like, I don't want to hear it. I can't take it. I'm fragile, right? That part is, And people are going to have bad days. And you think in a marriage, you're always going to be nice and friendly and say things the right way? Just the same way as a woman. If you're having in a bad mood, you had a bad day at work or whatever happened, the kids are driving you crazy, you're going to snap sometimes. And sometimes I'm going to be on the receiving end of that snapping, but it's up to me to say, hey, babe, I know you're having a bad day. You know, I know you got 5 things running at you. Let's figure a way to talk through this, right? And vice versa. So we both need that same kind of grace. But you can't be like, babe, I had a bad day, the kids are driving me crazy, and you're just piling on me. I can't take it anymore. That is manipulation, okay? That's the manipulation. So if you want to point the manipulation finger somewhere, that's where it belongs. But again, I just want to make sure we're clear. Nobody's excusing Miguel. Nobody's saying he was right. Nobody's saying that's the ideal way to communicate with your wife. Absolutely no. But understand and look at things in the full context.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Yeah, I'm definitely with you as well. And I think again, you know, if we were to say anything that Miguel did was, if you want to say Miguel was manipulative and anything, it would have been a hug thing, right? Because if you don't communicate to somebody and say, hey, I'm not in the mood to hug you right now after the argument we've had, then you doing that is what we call the silent treatment, right? You're in that sense try not to hug them. If you say you don't want to hug right now because you're not in the mood, that's not you being manipulative. You communicate that you're not in the space, you're not in the place to hug at the moment. You have every right to. But if you're not communicating that, and then you're not hugging the person when they try to hug you, and not communicating that to a person, that becomes silent treatment. So then that becomes manipulative. So yes, it would be a manipulative move by Miguel in that instance, which is, and do you know where manipulation really comes from? It comes from when you can't control your emotions. That's where they come from. When you can't control your emotions, manipulative behaviors come out. Okay, so yes, Miguel in that moment when he didn't hug, and he just silently did it, that's manipulation. You know what I mean? That is manipulation. Now, one thing I've seen from Lindy, like I said, through the whole of the season, is a deflection, and that part is frustrating. I'm looking at it and I'm like, anytime we tell you that you're doing something wrong, I can't tell you off now. So now I can't say, I don't like to say tell you off. I can't tell you what you're doing is wrong. You know what I mean? So, you know, in that instance, it's like you're now in a dichotomy, because now if I say anything to you, we got a problem. You know, if I say that I disagree with this, we got a problem. If I say your behavior here is wrong, I'm growing and I'm learning. How come you're on my ass? I'm on your ass because your behavior is inappropriate. It's not good. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna say this. I know y'all ain't gonna like me, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Okay? All right? This is what I talk about when I say about us as men, and about how why you can't be as emotional as a woman. This is the reason why I'm talking about this, because when you become very emotional, you lose sight of what you're meant to actually achieve in this particular conversation, right? The conversation is meant to achieve understanding. But when I get emotional, I'm trying to achieve being right. And if your woman is now getting emotional in the situation, you can't get emotional in the situation too, because that just ends up being both of us trying to be right, which ends in a bad way in that particular conversation, and actually doesn't get steered in the correct way. So whenever I talk about this, I always say we men are allowed to get emotion. We're allowed to have emotions. We're allowed to feel. I'm not saying we can't, but I'm saying that when it gets to these points, in certain points, there is a time where you have to keep composure so that you can direct her, because at this particular point in time, when she's now starting to deflect, I've got to hold your feet to the fire without getting emotional. Because if I get emotional and I try to hold your feet to the fire, I'm probably going to cuss you. That's where I lose, because now I've lost the objectivity of what we're trying to achieve. Do you see what I'm saying? So if in the moment, if I don't stay out of my emotions, and when I say emotions, not that you don't have any emotions, but if I don't stop allowing emotions to rule how I feel, I'm gonna say something or do something that will not be beneficial for the long-term benefit of the relationship. So now I have to watch how I govern myself. So like the Lindy situation, it's frustrating. It really is. You know, it's a very frustrating situation to be in right in that moment. And I'm frustrated for Miguel, but you're gonna have to find a way how to communicate in that situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, I don't like what you're doing right now. I don't agree with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't agree with it. You know, I don't like the fact you're getting on me. I don't like the fact that this particular behavior is happening, and I want to tell you that this you know, and I say this as well. I'll say this, and some people will not like this. I don't give a hoots. I'm gonna say it. When you deal with certain women, yeah, if you don't set the tone correctly in telling them this behavior is off, they are going to run a truck over you and then back it up and run over you again. And then after that, call you a Mitch nigger. I'm just going to be real with you. So that's why you have to learn how to contain your emotions, because there are times where you have to say, hey, I'm putting my foot down. This ain't running. We don't do that here. That's not the behavior we run by. So sorry, I know you're doing things like this, but it's how you run by. That thing with the Lindy situation, you have to address it after the show has happened. Then you can say that, because now you've calmed down a little bit. She's now had her time. She's enjoyed herself. She's got good memories of the prom. You know, it's solidified, great time. Then after, you're like, hey, we need to talk. Maybe not right now, but a little bit later on. Let's talk a little bit later on. You enjoy yourself, and then you address it later on, and you let her know, listen, what you did in XYZ, I don't agree with that. That's not how we run things in this household. And this is why I said to you again, as a man, that you run your household how it's meant to be run, because you don't want certain things to be normalized within your household. There are dysfunctional behaviors which you must say we don't do. And you do that, first of all, not by telling, but by showing. You don't just tell someone this is not good. You lead it by showing the correct set of behaviors, which is where Miguel's going to fail, because if you can't also contain your emotions, guess what? She ain't going to contain her emotions. And then you can't tell her not to contain her emotions when you don't contain your emotions. You have no leg to stand on. So, yes, I would say that. What's your thoughts, Sean, to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, he didn't, like everybody has a bad moment. And I saw a couple of people say this too. And as I was like thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, he dragged it too long, And I think that's the part where he lacks emotional regulation and poor communication skills, because even when they were playing dodgeball, he was just so grouchy, so upset, and they were on opposing teams, and he was like, "Oh, well, I was expecting a little heads up from my wife." It's like, all right, bro, let's just not drag this and stretch this out, because ultimately he should be showing her like, hey, when you get upset, this is the way to handle it, right? This I'm showing you how I want to be treated, because I don't like when you do X, so I'm going to show you better. So ultimately, I thought that was just a real poor example. It was like poor sportsmanship, and he was just like all, in such a bad funk, right? So I think in those moments, he has to learn how to snap himself out of it, right? And excuse himself and be like, you know what, I need a minute. I said what I said. This is what it is, and move on. And then the other part is, absolutely, you have to set the tone. People say this all the time, but I think it's so true. You got to teach people how to treat you, right? Those boundaries that you set for how you expect things to run, you have to be firm in that from day one, right? And if you're not, you know, people are gonna run all over them, and some people have more of a tendency than others. And Lindy seems like the kind that if you don't set it straight and be firm very early on about what you will and what you won't tolerate, she's gonna tap dance all over your boundaries.
And do you know what? And the thing is, because like I said, I can tell you, I definitely identified Miguel, which is why which I'm saying to the girl, he has to fix up quick. I'll tell you a scenario that happened to me some years back. Some years back, I was on a trip with one of my girlfriends back in the day, right? And I think I've told you before. I was at a friend's of hers house, whatever, and we're all chilling, vibes, catching jokes, right? But something happened. Her friend was there, and then I was like I dropped a little tune in it, sung a little note, and her friend was like, "Oh my god, you can sing? Oh, okay." Her friend was like, "Oh, okay," and then my girl said to me at the time, "I don't know why you're looking at me for. Like, are you looking for me to validate you?" And I was so shocked, bro. Like, I've never, it was out of the blue. I was just so shocked. I said, "What the? Wait, what?" Like, why did you choose violence? I don't get it. Like, my girl at the time wasn't mean. She's not a mean person. You know what I mean? I think it's some her mind. Do you know what? Sometimes we have thoughts and it slips. It slipped, right? But because obviously I feel the type of way about my singing. I felt a little insecure about my singing, right? And they all sing really well. You know what I mean? So now my insecurity is kind of playing up. So what do? You see, when you don't handle your emotions very well, and I couldn't communicate the way I needed to communicate, I got vexed. But when I get vexed, I don't get vexed and show you and get thing. I'm going to ruin the day. Well, I'm going to ruin the day. Everybody's going to know that I'm going to ruin the day, okay? So after that, I go into a mood. I'm in a bad mood after this. Because the girl also in the room was like shocked as well. And she looked at me, I looked at her, and I said, I don't know. Like, I don't know, what am I supposed to say to that? And I was, you know what I mean? So instead of me expressing this to her straight away, I hold on to this. So the first day's gone past, but the second day, I said, I'm gonna make you feel this. This is what happens when you don't deal with emotions very well, when you don't express yourself. I'm gonna make you feel this. I remember we went to an event, and she was standing there with another girl, and I walked in the room, and she looked at me. I looked at her, and I looked away, and I kept on walking, and I went and sat down somewhere else. and you see what I'm saying? And then. And then she's looking at me. She comes to me after, and people can tell I'm vexed because I'm just I'm in that mood, and when I'm in that mood, all that good energy that you normally see, it's not there anymore. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not there anymore. So it's like now I'm just like I'm sitting there and I'm just vexed. My face is vexed. People ask me what's the problem, and I'm the kind of person that's like, no, I'm vexed, but it is what it is. People want to ask me what it is. I don't want to say anything. See, now I'm being manipulative because now I know exactly what I want to do. I'm not going to tell you what the problem is. I'm vexed. Something happened. I'm vexed. So what's going to happen? People are going to ask my girl what's going on. So they ask her, and she doesn't know, because in her mind, she doesn't remember she said this thing. But in my head, I ain't forgotten what you said. Do you understand what I'm saying? So now I'm holding on to it. I remember later on we went to a dessert bar or whatever, and I said I'm going to turn it up another notch. Walked into the dessert bar. She's like, "Hey, babe, come sit here." I said, and kept on walking and sat somewhere else. I even sat by myself, bro. I'm telling you, when I want to move mad, I move mad. I sat down by myself and I ate my dessert whilst everybody sat on the table. So now everybody knows I have a problem with her. Do you understand? Again, because I can't express myself, right? So now I'm sitting on my table by myself, and I'm just sitting there, and I'm eating my ice cream. Because what I really want is for her to come over, and I'm gonna tell her what actually has happened. But she's not asked the last few days. So now it gets to a point. I get on the phone to my brother, and this is where it's interesting. So I got on the phone to my younger brother, and I called him. I told him the situation. He said, "Bro, I'm vexed with you, bro. I'm vexed with you. But have you told her?" I said, "Nah, because obviously, fam, how can she not know that she said that? She saw my face. She saw how I was feeling. He's like, "Bro, like, you got to tell her. Like, how's she gonna know?" I said, "No, but she should know, because obviously, clearly, man's vexed. Can you not see that I'm vexed?" Here's the issue. People oftentimes, because I oftentimes empathize with people, I see people before they tell me how they feel. I'm expecting other people to know the exact same thing as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, because if you're feeling down, Sean, I'm gonna be like, "Sean, are you okay?" I'm naturally going to do that. Not everyone sees things the exact same way that I see them. Not everyone sees those kind of things. And not everyone's empathetic in that particular way. So I'm assuming it's going to be the exact same way. So when we finally have a conversation, I remember she pulled me aside. I was like, "Let's talk." I said, "All right, let's talk." We're in a room talking. And I said to her, "Listen, do you remember saying X, Y, and Z?" She's like, I don't remember saying that." And I'm getting even more vexed. I'm like, "How do you not remember saying that? Like, you really got at me. Like, you really said this thing in front of your friend, and your friend even saw it and heard it, and I look like a dickhead." And that was do you know what I mean? So now I'm sitting there and having this conversation, and she doesn't even know that she said this thing. Well, she might have done. Maybe she's lying. Who knows? But according to her, she didn't know. So now I'm stuck. And this is what I'm talking about, allowing your emotions to overrule you, because she don't remember. So what am I going to do? What am I going to do? What can I do now? She doesn't even. So even the very thing I want you to even apologize and make you feel bad. You don't even remember. You don't even remember. So now I'm holding on to something, and the person doesn't even remember. Okay, all right. So that's where you start to realize then that your emotions, when you allow them to rule you and to run you, okay, it can do it. Now, of course, there was other things that were happening during that trip that, let me tell you, that's the reason why I was vexed. It's not just that thing. There were other things that was happening with the opposite sex that I said, So similar to how my girl's feeling, I can understand it. But if you don't talk and you don't open your mouth and you don't express, it's going to come out as a behavior. So that was just all me to say that I do know where Miguel's coming from, but you can't not speak, and you have to learn how to assert your boundaries effectively, and you have to learn how to keep your emotions in check, because if they go overboard, I'm telling you now, the action that you want will not get the result that you actually require for the relationship, you know? So it's a bit tough, that one, you get me? Yeah. Whew.
You got that out? That was a release, huh?
That's a release. I feel better, guys. Now
Yeah, and I think that's the struggle sometimes that we have in relationships and in friendships too. It's like we expect, because the person knows us, that they know exactly what's going on. And sometimes it's not the case, right? They may know a little bit, right? Like, because I'm sure she knew in that moment that she was giving you a slight jab. She just might not have fully understood how it impacted you, right? Because ain't no way we in a relationship, you make a little slick comment, especially in front of somebody else. She didn't realize that. She just didn't realize how it was going to make you feel. And I think that's why, whenever anybody goes to therapy, and especially they're talking about how to communicate, they always say you tell the person how you feel, right? Because instead of the fight, instead of him like, I'm not going to be your photographer, you tell, he should have told Lindy, hey, how you feel, right? So listen, Lindy, in this moment, I'm tired, and I feel like you're trying to push me to do something that I don't want to do when I just want to relax, and I prefer to relax, right? And if she continues to persist, say, hey, listen, I don't want to take the picture right now. Can we take it in a few minutes? We're getting ready to go downstairs. I just need to get my mood together before we head downstairs. And that's it. No outbursts needed. You don't need to go full on, right? But just communicate your feelings. And in that same moment, obviously in front of her friend, wasn't the time, but later on, give it like, hey, babe, you really hurt my feelings, or I think you kind of went kind of hard at me when you made that comment. And that would have just nipped it in the moment. Let her address it. How she reacts is on her. Hopefully she would be apologetic and be like, I'd appreciate if in the future, if you feel a way about something, we could talk about it later, but don't embarrass me like that. And I think that's the better way to navigate this situation, right? That's the better way for Miguel to have handled the situation. And I think like, those are the things that they are learning along the way, and hopefully they'll be able to learn, how to handle it. I think the bigger issue is Lindy at a place to be able to handle that information? Is Lindy self-reflective enough to say, hey, listen, I realize I bring some issues to the table that need to be changed? Or is she going to have this mentality like a lot of people do, like, you got to accept me as I am, this is who I am, don't change me, don't make me somebody different. Like, these are the behaviors and the characteristics that need to change, okay? In order for you to be effective in relationships with other people, there's going to be things that you're used to doing, ways you're used to reacting, that are going to need to change for the health of your relationship. So this is the time to throw that, well, I'm just a blunt person and I'm just reactive. Just like she was like, I always get distracted. No, honey. You know when you're talking or there's something that's important to you, you want somebody to pay attention to you, right? So this is when you got to put yourself in that person's shoes and be like, okay, I get it. This is not the time to be looking at the flowers, the trees, and the butterflies floating by while my man is trying to talk to me about something. So I don't care if, I've always been that way. Shut up. We don't care. Stop it, knock it off, because it's annoying when you're trying to have a conversation with somebody and their eyes are darting all the way over here and they're looking at the trees, the moon, and the stars, right? So put yourself in the person's shoes. If there's something that's important to her, just like she wanted her selfie or her pictures done right, that was important to you. You wanted his attention in that moment. So, I think we just need to let go of some of these little things. so that we can have more healthy, successful relationships.
I'm with you, bro. With you, bro. And on that note, guys, I just want to also let you guys know as well. Listen, grab your tickets for Atlanta and DC. These are the kind of conversations we'll be having. On these live panels, we're having these great, deep conversations where we get to express some of these thoughts, and talk about some of these subjects, in fullness, because that was a great point what Sean was just kind of breaking down there as well in terms of the communication between Miguel and Lindy, even breaking down my particular issue as well, and giving that kind of reflection. This is the kind of stuff we're going to be doing on our live super panel. So make sure you grab your tickets for Atlanta, grab your tickets for DC if you're around. Got some special guests coming for Atlanta, got some special guests coming for DC as well. So if you want to see some Ready to Love people, they'll be coming through. So grab your tickets. Don't miss out on these things, Don't miss out, because we're going to have a good time. I'm telling you this for now, for sure. You get me? All right, cool. Let's talk a little bit about... Oh, my gosh. That's the dinner coming up. Let's talk a little bit about, obviously, then... because we've only got 4 couples now. So quickly address Nate and Stasia, because I don't know if much happened on this episode, but apart from the panty vibrations, I mean, I said to myself, when I get married, I gotta buy one of those. What you saying, bro? What was your thoughts on Stasia and Nate?
Yo, they're gonna bring the spice, I love that. I don't think we've ever seen such a sex laden season, you know? And to me, it's not gross. It seems like they're just having fun, enjoying each other. It bordered into swingers when they took that swing, no pun intended, into Lindy and Miguel's room to try to lighten the mood. But hey, listen, sometimes you remember, I don't know what live that was you were talking about. Oh, when you did the Tia and Corey divorce live, and you said you need a group of people around you that are going to support you and lift you up. And I thought they were the best friends to come knock on the door. Let's jump in the swing. Let's show you. Let's have fun. And they did it. They were playful. And I was like, what a way to kind of break the mood, because sometimes you need that to kind of like knock the energy out. You need that fun, those fun friends that are gonna just show you how to have a good time. So listen, they be spicy. When he was like hitting that buzzer at the table and she was starting to sweat, I was like, woo. Stasia's, she seems like a good time. So God bless them both.
Yeah. And it was enjoyable to watch them. Obviously, it was enjoyable to watch them kind of both just enjoy themselves and have a good time as well. And it's good to see how they are able to have fun, and able to connect to one another as well. I love the fact that they could have the panty situation and at the table whilst everyone is kind of like talking, they're still having their bit of fun as well involved. Look, it's all part of the process of growing in and experience with your partner. It's also part of those things where it just makes things, just keeps the spark alive. I know it's early doors, so of course that spark's not going to go nowhere. But I'll tell you this now, I'm after you. Hopefully that's the kind of stuff that doesn't dry up. After a few years, or you do that in a few years' time, and it still like lights the spark up as well. But yeah, definitely was. And Nate knew how to turn that remote off. Look, Nate knew how to turn it off. That boy was playing with Stasia. That boy knew exactly that thing. That boy figured out how to turn it off. He just wasn't going to turn it off. Okay? That boy knew exactly what he was doing. He was enjoying watching Stasia cramping up on the table. He enjoyed it. And why not? That's the fun that you have with your partner.
Yeah, I agree. I really like the way that they don't really, they may share like what's going on with each other, and I guess maybe we haven't seen it. Who knows? I don't want to put 10 on 2, but at this point, they seem to really have a mutual respect and a like for each other. They don't talk horribly about each other either in person or behind the scenes. They might disagree, and that's going to happen. Or he might not like something, she might not like something. There might be something that concerns her, but it's not like it doesn't seem like hurtful or like some of the other couples that we see. It just seems like them working through the kinks, working through their process. So I like that for them.
Yeah, definitely agree with that as well. All right, let's move on, because there wasn't much that actually they showed about them. It was literally just that, and that's what they showed about them. Let's talk a little bit, obviously, then about another couple, which was Mitch and Kristen, they had their situation. That was interesting because they had to work through some issues. They promised each other that what they were going to do as well, in terms of putting some things to bed. So, what was your thoughts, Sean, to that situation between Mitch and Kristen?
They both wear me out, because Kristen will make a statement that's bold, and then she'll like backtrack because she's trying to fall into that people pleasing stage, which it looks like to me she has a little bit of that, and then she wants to, oh no, I didn't mean that, or this is what I said. So those two, they just kind of wear me a little thin. um I don't know if he is really attracted to her. I'm sorry, I don't see it. um she's a fun loving girl. It should make sense that he's attracted to her, but guess what? That's not how attraction works. It's either you are or you aren't, right? So we should be a lot of things, right? I should be a multimillionaire and having invested in cryptocurrency early on, but I didn't. I didn't. I should have. I knew enough to do it, but I didn't do it. So I don't think he's attracted to her. I think he is kind of going through the motions because, sometimes you have that, you kind of sit and he assesses the landscape. It's not like the brother's probably going to have a whole lot of options out there at 41, and with his experience and his personality and him being an acquired taste. But I don't think he's fully invested in her, right? He just wants it to be calm and cool. He's had enough of fussing and tussling. He took her making fun of him on the chin, which was funny. But ultimately, I don't see nothing for them. I think they just need to respectfully go on their own way, because Mitch is always going to be Mitch. And that's going to be what it's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting watching Mitch and Kristen kind of go out at this time. I think Kristen's given Mitch a bit of his own kind of medicine a little bit as well, giving him back what he's been giving her of late as well. I think with the Mitch and Kristen situation, what I would say is, Mitch definitely. Sorry about that, sound went. Okay, so yeah, no, I think Chris has given Mitch a bit of a taste of his own medicine. I think obviously as well that Mitch is doing what happens when men don't find a woman attractive, right? You have these hiccups which are just not really. They're really weird. The hiccups are really weird because what's happening is you're trying to make things work, but now your other things are becoming more annoying, right? The attraction. Do you know what? It's really interesting for us as men. I think when you find someone attractive, as a man especially, you try to basically kind of, well, not even kind of. You do it. You automatically kind of gloss over certain issues. But when you don't find a person attractive, especially from a man, when we don't, I mean, I'm sure ladies probably say the same thing as well. But let's just say for us as men, things become hella annoying. Really annoying. What Mitch is trying to do is trying to make things work, but it's not really getting there because he doesn't find her attractive. And then obviously, with him and Kristen as well, the award show, as Trey Mack was just saying, the award show situation. I know he got annoyed at the fact that Kristen said about getting married several times. I don't know what you wanted her to do, Mitch. I don't know why you're getting frustrated about the joke, because it's only now you're inconsistent with how you actually want this woman. This woman's told you she wants you for time, and now she's making jokes about marrying other people. What do you want? I know he took it a little bit well, but there was a part of him which was a little bit like, it was later on he addressed it. He said, obviously, basically, what do you mean by the whole joke situation? Bro, I don't know what you wanted her to do. You first started off, and you're still inconsistent even till now, almost in a sense. What do you want her to do? Listen, I'm not Kristen's biggest fan. I'm not saying she's the most amazing person, right? But I don't know what else you wanted her to do, bro. Like, at the end of the day, you've made her feel like you want her but don't want her, but want her but don't want her. You've put her in limbo several times, and then I'm just like, So the joke was a joke. Get over it. Move past forward it. You don't even want her like that. You know. It's so it seems anyway. But yeah, I don't know. What are you saying, Sean? And I know Seaway's there, so whenever you're ready, Seaway.
I'm here whenever. Hey guys.
Hey, what's up, Cancun?
Hey, why you put my location out here?
They gonna find you. They gonna come and find you in the whole island of Cancun. Okay.
Hi guys. I'm sorry, Sean, putting out my whole location.
I'm sorry, guys. I just doxed Seaway.
for real.
I doxed you. I doxed your country.
They're coming after you fast. Trust me.
Now do you know what the hell we talking about?
Mitch and Kristen, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of things. I think one, because you were talking about from the man's perspective, women are the same way. I think people are like that. When you don't find someone attractive, even sometimes like with women, it happens when like a dude has money and then all of a sudden he's broke and sit on the couch, like that Issa Rae Insecure situation. Like your patience for a man that's, you know, unattractive now because he's not providing, he's not doing anything, you start to, you know, have less patience with him. I think, and women do that about looks as well. I mean, if you're a dude is very annoying if he's not cute to you. I mean, that's just, I think that's human. So I think both sexes, genders, non-binary, whatever, can agree can agree with that. But about Mitch and Kristen, what I took from the episode is that this is the definition of a man working at his capacity. Like, this is probably the best that Mitch can do. And if it doesn't work out after this, it's not because Mitch didn't try. Like, this man really has pushed himself to his capacity. And all I could think about here is, like, if they can't make it work from here, then it's not going to work. Because Mitch is like, he's trying to do all the things he wouldn't do. He's like saying things he doesn't mean. He's trying to watch his words because he doesn't want to be in another, Poolgate situation. He's really doing the best he can. And I think sometimes when we push men past their capacity, it's only going to last so long. So I don't know. I'm hoping that at some point he will see the values in Kristen beyond, you know, maybe just all of the attraction that he's looking for, because I do think he was telling the truth about how he said she's a good partner to him and they make a good couple in many ways. I think if he can focus on that and also kind of try to grow his attraction, they would be a fantastic couple. But if he cannot do that, I think he's going to fall back into his normal way of being, because I feel like right now he's on his very best behavior, highest capacity Mitch, and I don't know how long it's going to last. I also think, Koja, like how you said, I think Kristen slips in and out of people pleasing, and she will sideswipe him again, like Poolgate again, if she gets mad. Because she slips in and out of like trying to make people happy at her detriment, and then she'll be mad again. So I don't know. It's kind of what I think about them.
Hey, listen, I'll be honest with you. I just want to say this again to anybody out there. Please, don't come after me if you don't find me attractive. Please don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't make yourself do it. Okay? Because I ain't going to do it. Okay? I ain't going to do it. If you don't find me attractive, that's fine. Don't let my money confuse you. Don't let my dance moves confuse you. Don't let anything confuse you. No, you're not attracted to me. It's okay. I don't want you to even think about trying to make it work. Don't do it. Because this is the bullcrap that will be happening. You know what I mean? And honestly, it's the kind of stuff that happens that when, like Seaway just said, you lose your job, or you're not the status you were, or something happens to you and the person's like, I don't find the value in you anymore, because the value was firstly based on something they weren't feeling you that way. You know what I mean? Please, anybody out there, I'm begging you, don't force yourself. Okay, there's no need. All right, and I'm not doing the same either. I'm not going to force myself to like somebody that I don't find attractive, that I'm not involved, that I don't like that, because inevitably, like you said, Seaway, it is going to end in that particular way. It just takes that one thing that they no longer do anymore, and suddenly you're never liking them again. It's just like, no, man, I'm not about a life, man.
But can I challenge you on one thing though? if you're so hyper focused,
Joking.
I ignore that.
Joking.
If you're so hyper focused on attraction, the same thing can happen with that. If the inside of you is not, if they're not attracted to the inside of you, because like
That's
for
true.
example, like people go on Reddit and the man didn't have a clean cut. He had a clean cut. Then he grew a beard. The whole relationship was focused on his waves and whatever. And now he has dreads or a beard, and he was clean cut. He has a beard. Before he had a fade, and now he has dreads. And now the girl doesn't want him because the whole relationship was mostly based on her sexual attraction to this person. So, or what, Kojo, I'm not going to put that on, I'm not going to make it on you, but let's say Bob gets hurt.
That's cool.
If Bob gets hurt and he has an injury to his face, a burn to his face, and everything was based on, I need to have this sexual attraction or it's not going to go, what happens then? I'm just saying, like, it can be
That's
more
right.
than money, So
I just think what the point is that it just shouldn't be so extreme, right? And I think sometimes people say like, "Oh, I saw you and you weren't really attracted to me, but I got to know you and then the attraction grew." I don't want that, Like I don't want it to grow. I want you to see, now it should be some marriage of the two, right? Who I am as a person and the things about me, but those are things that come in time, right? Your initial reaction when we first met, it may not be, I would bust it open, but I would want you to be like, "Oh, yeah, Sean's attractive." Or he's a good looking guy, but I wouldn't want you to be like, "Ooh, he's medium ugly," right? And then you're like, but I got to know him. He seems like he has some sense. Yeah, I might be able to make it work. Yeah, I mean, I want the pum pum like that, I want it that you see me and you see something, may not be everything, but you see something. There's a spark there. And Alexis says a lot of things I disagree with, but she said one thing, not in this episode, but the last episode, she was like, if you got to choose between somebody else and me, choose them. I'm going to help you. And that is how I feel about that, right? If you got a choice between somebody else and me and you don't feel like it's me, please choose them. Do us both a favor, a beg. Don't choose me.
they're just not going to
I
tell
don't
you.
want to be nobody second. I don't.
I think they're just
But-
not going to tell you. I mean, like, you guys can put that out there in the universe, and I pray it happens for you.
Well,
But I'm just
what-
letting you know.
I
know.
understand,
They're
but
just not going
You
to.
know.
but what I know,
Tell you.
that's what I'm
You
saying.
know.
Like, listen, if you're going to tell me, then that's not going to make me pleased, because some of y'all women like to sit around and tell these stories a year or two later, and you think
Bro.
it's like, oh yeah, when I met him, he looked like Fufu, but he's my baby now. He's so good to me. No, I don't want that story. Don't tell it at our wedding, our 5th anniversary, our 6-month anniversary. Don't tell it, because I'm the type of energy that if we married, you're gonna get a paper and you're slipped up underneath the bedroom door the next day. So go out there and find somebody better, because no, I don't want that story. I don't think it's cute. Don't tell me I'm medium ugly. Don't tell me any of those things, right? So. And again, I'm just telling you how I feel. I'm not saying it's right, I'm wrong, you're right, I'm wrong. I'm not trying to do that kind of tussle. I'm just telling you this is how I feel, and I don't want that kind of energy, and I wouldn't give it to you, because if anybody that knows me, I don't force nothing. And it's not about you got to be perfection and you got to be this or that. But if I'm not attracted to you, I'm not going to force it at all. I'm not going to torture you. So please don't torture me.
Bro,
That's
I'm with
all.
you. I'm with you 100%. And it's so bad because, bro, like I said,
You
women
with
think
him
they
on that nonsense, Kojo? You
Of
just say
course.
I'm with him? Are you
I'm
serious?
with you.
You just said I'm with you? Are
I'm
you
with you, bro.
serious?
Yes, because see, wait, let me tell you something. Yeah.
No, don't
Y'all
tell me nothing. This is insane what Sean just said.
No, wait.
Oh
See,
my
wait,
Lord.
See, wait. You don't have to tell us. You don't have to tell us that you think we're schmedium or whatever. We can feel it. And like you said, you know what it is? And it always comes out in the most awkward times when someone, like, and especially, the thing is, these things come out, right? Let me tell you this, when you're with a girl that finds you attractive, right? she'll tell you off the jump like she finds you attractive. She's like, yeah, I find you attractive. Like you're an attractive person. When you ask a girl from the jump, they kind of, if the girl's not really feeling it, they do a little scoot woot around the question. The scoot woot around the question, which is, no, you cool? Oh no, you nice. It's not I'm attracted to you. So it's like you often can tell if that girl is feeling you from the jump. Often. I'm not saying all the time. I said often, right? Listen, I'm saying this. I don't need the sympathy. I don't need I grew into it. Don't grow into anything for me. You go and find a person who's at your attractive level, and this, of course, I think personalities add a little spice to it. But then you would still, even if my personality added spice to my look, you'd still say I'm attractive because that's adding to the look of the whole look of me. You just say I'm attractive, but when you have to go round the story and go, do you know what? And then the worst thing is, some of you girls as well, you know, because you're telling your girlfriends when your girlfriend says, "So how do you look like?" Oh, the picture ain't this ain't the best picture. You're now scooting for the best picture you can possibly find to send to your girlfriend. This is the one you want to see. Like I don't need that from you. I need you to be like confidently say to your girl, confidently say to me, "This is I find them sexy. I find them attractive." You know what I'm saying?
Or they give a disclosure. Anytime you got to give a disclosure when somebody asks you a question or there's a hesitation, they'll be like, "Oh, you went on a date with Sean. What do you think?" "Oh, well, he's such a nice guy." And no. Go away from me with that. Don't explain me. I'm not a painting. Don't explain me, okay? Don't explain me. I don't want it. Now, I'm gonna tell y'all this. See what you're talking about. It's insanity. How many videos did you do about that African dude that went on the interwebs and talked about how unattractive and, mediumly smart his woman was, but that's gonna be his wife, right? Remember that dude they're engaged. Remember the African guy, and he did that slick comment talking about she's not the most attractive woman, but she's mine, and I chose her as my queen.
Yes, I remember that. I also think
you did a whole video on it.
Yeah, I also think
African dude, like a Nigerian, then he wanted to be some kind of cheater. Yeah. So that's the same thing.
It's a little different though. For women, it's a little different, which you know.
All we're saying is it's the same sentiment. And listen, that women men thing, this is why I'm going to hit you with the back. In the animal kingdom, who's the most beautiful of the birds? The male peacock, okay? The lion has the beautiful mane.
I'm about to go eat. I am about to go eat on y'all because both of y'all are talking.
I'm just saying that men also genetically do like to be desired, and an attraction is important to us. We can't just dismiss it because a woman is more beautiful than us. There's no doubt you guys are more beautiful, right? But there is a part of our character and a part of our aesthetic that wants to be desired by you, right? Which is why we groom ourselves in a particular way. Those of us that care, right? And those of us that, want a particular woman, we take a personal interest in our appearance, right? So I'm just saying, like, it's in there. It's like Prego. It's in there.
Desire me, please. That's what I'm saying. All I'm saying is I want to desire, man. All I'm saying is I want you to desire me the same way I want to desire my partner, Sorry. And, I just think to myself, that's all you wanted. You just don't want to be that person that you can't be proud to tell your girls that, how he look, he ain't cute, but he's good though. His heart is amazing. I've never been treated so nice before. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't even confidently defend it properly because you know yourself. It's like, no, listen, and that's what I'm trying to say to you. There are other people who will see you and want you. Why should you and I, settle down for that? We should go for something that, people want. The girl wants you, you like her, she likes you, she finds you attractive, you find her attractive. You know what I'm saying? Your speech will be sweet. Not that wedding speech where you say, at first I never really saw it, but you know what? He kept on with persistence, and he was amazingly consistent. You know what I mean? When really what you mean is he was persistent, not consistent. He was annoying you. He was on your tail. We want that mutual desire. That's all we're asking for. We just want a mutual desire. That's all, Seaway.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I understand how you guys don't want to be Simon Gubadia, right? Like, you don't want a Portia just being with you for money or you know, you weren't cute, but I'm with you now because you got money or whatever. I get that. But what I'm trying to say is when you really understand the way a woman's brain operates and like what Sandria said, it is very, very natural and common. And I don't think wrong that if I first see you, I get how Sean doesn't want us to think you're a 2 and we only move you to a 4. But it's very natural for a girl to say, hey, I first see you, you're a 6. You treat me well, you're a 7. You got money, you blow a bag, you're an 8. You're good to my mama, my abuela. That's a 9. You know what I'm saying? Like that is what moves. We're not very moved by a nice looking dude. I mean, that will move someone. That'll get you in the door. Okay, of course, a nice looking dude to get you in the door. What I'm saying is like it is very natural for most women with common sense to get you to be attracted to a dude at a 5, 6. You know, we're not too sure about you, and by the time you done showed all the things that makes a man, you're at a 9. I think we phrased it like, I wasn't really feeling you, but now I'm feeling you. It seems like we thought you were ugly and now you're fine. I think what they're really saying is like, I thought she was cute. I thought she was I thought she was. I love the term medium ugly, but I won't use that because I feel like it comes off worse than it really is. But we thought she was and then I saw you treat my family good. I saw you spend money on me. I saw you take care of me. I saw you emotionally support me, make me feel safe, hold me down, make sure I got a roof over my head, show up for me. Like now you're a 10. The things with men, and I think you're thinking with a man brain, you guys don't move the needle. If you saw me at a 7, I may be at 8 at best in the next year or so. I'm not moving. You know, where I'm at is where you found me from. Like, that's literally what it is.
I think that the difference is like you listed qualities, right? And the qualities can either make you fall in love or make you care or have more desire for the person. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about on the other end of the spectrum, and I totally understand that. And that's true. It's like the deeper you fall for somebody, the more you are into them. And listen, I don't know whose else brain I could think with because I'm thinking from my brain. And I happen to be a man, so I'm just telling you what I want. And I think like as we get into relationships with each other, then I can do and give you those things that are going to be unique to making you happy and that are going to be more appealing to you to make our connection stronger. I get that. All I'm saying is, straight out the gate, I don't want you to be on the fence about me. And women, don't tell me women don't think like that. If you see man A and you see man B, you can say, I'm attracted to him, but I'm not attracted to him at all. I don't want to be the B guy. If I can be the C guy, you're like, oh, he's not bad looking, you know, but I've never thought about him in that way. And then you get to know me, and I'm not saying that can't be the case. What I'm saying is I don't want to be the B guy. I don't want to be that guy that you're like, and maybe I could let him hang out a little bit, and then maybe I'll give him a chance. Maybe if I've run through all my options and Sean is such a steadfast guy, you know, maybe he might get this good. No, I don't want to be that guy. That's all I'm saying. I don't mind being the C, but I definitely don't want to be the B where you're like, it's a no. I mean, initially.
See me and want me, bro. See me and want me. That's what I'm trying to say, bro. See me and want me. I don't think. Listen, let me tell you something now. Yeah, I'm telling you now. Your sex lives will increase with see me and want me. I'm just gonna be honest with you guys. I'm being real with you. Look, some of you lot of sex lives are in the pan right now because it's not see me and want me. It's just I'll be honest with you. See me and want me. It helps a lot of the thing, and we're not ignoring the inner qualities of us as a male. We're not saying that you should ignore that. We totally understand that, you know, the inequalities can also improve for us as men too. When we spend enough, if we spend time with, if we think, like you were just saying there as well, Sean, if we think, oh, she's alright, but I'm not really looking at her, but I spend time with her, right? Then of course her attractive can increase over time as I get to know her. But the reality is, like I'm saying, is when you see me, want me. This is what I want. I want see me, want me. You know what I'm saying? I want you to see me, want me. It's a type of energy that it will really blow your mind when it comes to relationships. See me, want me. Hey, I'm telling you, man. See me, want me does wonders for you guys. I'm telling you. So I'm not saying there isn't opportunities like you were saying, Sean. I agree that as well. Like where it's like, oh no, I haven't really looked at him in that way. It's just I haven't really looked at him that way. That's different to no, I've seen him. No, I've seen him, and I ain't attracted. You know what I'm saying? So they said I should put into a t-shirt. We're gonna put into a t-shirt for you guys. See me and want me. That's what we want. You know, see me and want me. And it just means that when I see you, I want you. You know what I mean? Not that you're having to push past the see me, want me to a point where you're like, he's got great qualities. Let me see if I can try and make it work. And then you're trying to defend me to your girl group chat. You know what I'm saying? And now you're putting up some speech on the wedding day, like, I didn't really see him, but now I see him. You know what I mean? Do you know the one that gets me the most, bro? It's the one where they go and they bring God into it and say, you know what? It's not the one I wanted, but it's one that God knew that I needed. If you don't get the frick out of here, I'm not the one that you needed. I'm not. Get the frick out of here. Get the frick out of here. That's the worst one, bro. That's the worst.
Yeah, don't give me your prophetic word on our relationship. Yeah, if it ain't, and some things, like we said, some things are better left unsaid. But I'm telling you, that's what happens when that attraction never was there. You get a little hot and upset, and you let it slip out. You're gonna be like, you know what? I remember when I met you. Your teeth was jacked up, your line was off, you couldn't get a haircut to save your life, and you looked toe up for the flow up. But I saw something in you. And this is what you turn around and do to me. That's the treatment. You ain't gonna run me like that. That's not gonna be the game, because it ain't gonna happen, Captain. Because that's where the low-key disrespect comes in, because you think you're doing me a favor. And that's where we're going to have a problem, because the minute you let that come out your mouth, it's going to be a problem. I'm just letting you know. So don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do me no favors. Don't tell me you got a divine intervention and God said that this was the husband. I wanted Boris, but it gave me Sean. No. Go find Boris. Maybe Boris will want you. Good luck. Good luck finding Idris. Meanwhile, every woman's fantasy, most of them is married, or go find Michael B. Jordan. Maybe he's sitting on the side of the curb that, Lori done ran through him, go find him. Because I don't want that to be my story. That ain't going to be my story. Let me tell you that way.
This is my story.
This is my song. Now get your tickets for Atlanta so y'all can see this in person. Because they got a show in New York for those that showed up.
Guys, make sure you guys come to our live show. This is the kind of stuff we're going to be talking about on the live show. Okay, make sure you grab your tickets. There's a link in the chat. I can see some people put a link in there as well for you guys as well. You can go to the community page. You'll see it on there as well. So listen, guys, grab your tickets. Don't miss out on this good show. It's too much fun. We're going to have this fun. We're going to cut up the floor. Okay, all right? Yes, Corey, you already know. Blessed Assurance. Yes. That is a song that you'll be singing at your wedding when she tells you, I saw God's plan, but it wasn't mine. Honestly, I've actually heard, the reason why I'm saying that is because I literally have heard that at a wedding. The lady said, listen, what I had on my list, she said, that's not what I had on my list. He wasn't what I thought I was meant to have on my list, but God tore up that list and brought me what I needed. Not once did she mention she was attracted to him. She just said that the qualities that were there, that's what goes. I said, oof. I said, yeah. Yep, I can't personally do that. I'm saying I respect the fact that he can do that and she can do that, but please don't do that for me. Please don't. I know what it feels like when someone desires you. I know what it feels like when someone says they find you attractive and they like you and they're turned on by you immediately. I also know how it is when you say that, you know what, I'm kind of giving you a chance. You can feel it. You can almost feel it that you're being given a chance. Please, please, all right? See, I'm not lying. People have heard it too. They know exactly what I'm talking about. Look, they've heard it too. They've heard it. They've heard it. Ladies know. You know we're not capping.
They know. One person in the comments, I don't remember the name, but they was like, listen, they were in a relationship with a guy that's attractive, and it's hard for them to be upset, because they kind of like, they bring it all together. They're like, ooh, yeah, I don't want to risk this. Yeah, that's the kind of energy I want, I don't want you singing Jehovah Jireh, you are enough. I want to be enough.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna let y'all have it.
You started it. You started it, Seaway.
Gyro, you know.
See, Jackson, you've heard the testimony way too many times. I don't want you to be in the women's prayer meeting talk about, I'm about sick of my husband. I'm about sick of Sean. That old good for nothing son of a gun look like the bottom of my shoe. I give him a chance and he's going to show out like this. No, you won't be talking about me at the prayer circle. Having the ladies side-eyeing me at church when they see me. No.
Hey, listen, listen. You know what? I told you this, bro. Like, and I remember, and I got stories. That's why I can tell you this for free. I can tell you, I've witnessed this. One of my girls did say this to me. She was like, at first I didn't see you like that. I just didn't see you like that. But you know what? Because I was looking for something different, and you had a good heart. You was this, you was that. She mentioned some really great qualities, which I really did appreciate. Okay, I really did appreciate the fact she labeled these great qualities that I listed, because I know I have those great qualities. I have a great heart, I'm a great person, everything like that. Okay, all right. But you let me know that the attraction wasn't there. Now she obviously mentioned that she grew into this attraction, but I remember I was young, so this is when I was young. So I remember I was young. So when she told me this, I just said, appreciate you for telling me. Thank you very much. Thank you for telling me much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. And I went on a spree of madness, bro. After that, I was just out there in the streets, and I was just trying to, because I wanted to prove that I'm the sexiest man alive. What you mean? Telling me that you felt that you grow into this attraction. You didn't really like me. That. Do you know what I'm saying? So like, and I get it. I get it that women do grow into these kind of things. But can I be honest with you? Sometimes women do grow into this because they had the wrong options. Let's say they've been looking for the wrong thing, right? But a lot of times, just like us men, y'all couldn't get any better. Let's be honest. I don't want me to be the buck stop because you couldn't get no better. Please don't make me the buck stop that you couldn't get no better. Okay, and that goes for both men and women. That goes for both men and women. Hey, don't make me the buck stop. Hey, Seaway. Are you on mute? By the way. Oh no, wait. Sorry. Go for it. Unmute yourself.
I said I have like 8 minutes and I gotta log off. But I didn't nothing. I mean, I think you're telling the truth about that to a degree, but I also think there's like a fragile male ego here thing also going on. But
is it a fragile ego, or is it the fact that that's how men think? I
think it's a fragile ego. To me,
can it be? Is it really fragile, or is it the fact that you guys have a different way of thinking about things? How can it be fragile if you have a different way of thinking about things? Think about it. You have a different way of thinking about things.
What you just described, I think, is a fragile ego. You going on a whole spree.
Oh yeah, at the time, yes.
Yeah. Not women, having limited options and coming back. I don't think that. You have a right to want to be desired. You guys have a right to that feeling. I think everyone has to be realistic about what their strongest points are. You may not necessarily want somebody who thinks you're ugly, but for some people, different parts of them may be someone's initial attraction. For some people, they may look like, I don't know. I thought Olajuwon was super cute when I first saw him on the screen. And literally, like maybe 30 minutes into the wedding, he was no longer attractive to me. Versus there are other people who I would have the opposite effect. That doesn't make Olajuwon a better match or somebody who I would want more. It's just something that sparked my interest first, So I think I look at it, differently. But if you want the woman that wants to let's say. Whatever it was, married to ready to love, tickle your balls first time she sees you, fantastic, go for that. But I think some people who may be better suited for you, maybe being honest, like, hey, I thought you were cute, but I really effing with you now because of X, Y, and Z. I think the part that you can't accept that, or that is just like Sean said, put the divorce papers under the door, I think is absolutely absurd. Just for me, I think that's absurd.
I didn't say that. That's exactly what I said that is okay. I said if I'm option C, if I fall in the C category where you say, he's all right looking. Maybe, maybe I'm not like overly like ready to, go full in, but at least there is some level of attraction. It's not extreme where all the cases that we spent the last 30 minutes going in on, that we've actually heard anecdotal situations where women have said they're not attracted at all, or the guy is totally unattractive, but then it grew because of X, Y, and Z. That's all I'm saying to you. I'm not saying you got to see me and your panties drop immediately. Not at all. Just like we see you now on the screen, you looking beautiful. You looking fly. And there she goes.
Just as you.
All I'm saying, nobody's saying you got to throw a parade every time I walk through the door. I mean, I'm not arrogant, but I'm saying I just don't want it to be some story which we have heard a many a time. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. And I don't want you to think you're doing me a favor. Yes, somebody said it in the comments, right? Like Alexis, Mona Wilson. Exactly. Just like Alexis. The way she talks, the way she reacts is like she's doing Justin a favor. And everything comes forward from that. And the energy that she gives him, how she talks to him, it's always like, you better be glad that I'm giving you this good energy or whatever. That's all I'm saying. I don't want you doing a 180 on me. Okay, you might do a 90-degree turn, but I don't want a 180.
100%.
Well, that makes sense. I'm sorry, my internet must be super unstable, but that makes sense. I get you don't want somebody to take you from you popped as hell, I don't want you was busted, you was a dusty, to you did a little few things and I like you. That I get. I just want us to be realistic, because I think everyone has to deal with what we say in reality and not delusions. And there's always an opportunity for growth there. And I don't want people to feel like they can't be honest with men and say, hey, like, I liked you at first, but now I really like you. Like, you should be able to be honest about that.
And look, I'm just saying me, right? And this is Kojo's sharing his point of view. There's some guys that it just doesn't even register to them. Some of them might not care. Some of them might look in the mirror and be like, you know what? I know I probably look like a busted bag of fists. So I get it. But that's not how I feel, and that's not the energy that I want. I'm not trying to generalize. I'm not trying to speak on behalf of men tonight. I'm just talking from Sean's perspective today. And my perspective for me is I want that attraction to be there in some capacity.
Yep.
That's all.
Yep.
John on the corner, Raheem, they could do whatever they want to do. They may flow completely different than me. That's not how I flow. You know what I'm saying? And I also don't flow like, if I'm not feeling a girl, Bella 007. Had to say it twice. She was so nice. Oh, we appreciate you tonight. Yeah, that's really all I'm saying, right? Is I don't, that might work for those other cats, but that's not gonna work for me. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and listen, for me, I'm just gonna be real with you. Look, I know how it feels when someone, is feeling you off the jump. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I like that. I like you to feel me off the jump. I don't know. I feel like I can have both. I think we can have both. I think we can have both. Where you think I'm attractive and you love my personality. Why you gotta choose? You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying there isn't opportunity for growth. I'm talking about the fact that you don't find me attractive. That is, and there's cases where women do not find that person attractive at all. But it's like the saving grace is, he's got all right personality. It's like a saving grace. It's like, please, for me personally, maybe not for Sean, but for me personally, don't choose me. You don't find me attractive at all, but my personality saved me. Don't choose me. And I use a wording, saved me. Don't choose me. I don't need to be chosen. I don't need to be saved. Leave me be, okay? Because there are other women out there that love me, like me, desire me, see me, have smoky eyes in their eyes for me. Why is it that I have to suffer and sit down for the person who's like, you know what? You're right. And you know what? I kind of grew to like, nah, please, there are girls out there that are looking at me and saying spice. They are saying everything is nice. Fantastic. And you know them because when you meet them and you speak to them, you get that impression. And there are other girls who don't give you no time of day who then try to grow into you. I don't need you to grow. Don't 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 grow. And don't grow some more. Okay? Dead it. Okay? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You know, that's what I'm saying. Okay? That's what I'm saying.
Well, unfortunately, I have to go. I
See,
will
we appreciate
see.
you.
I will see everyone in Atlanta who will be there. I will be there. So I hope
now
you
you're giving
guys,
locations out.
I can. Well, I will be in Atlanta. Don't try to Lindy this situation. You doxed me.
Lindy.
Yeah. You're Lindy in this situation. So if you haven't got your ticket, please get your ticket. Okay. Because it's gonna be last chance, and then it's gonna be a wrap. So I can't wait to see everybody in Atlanta.
Can't wait to see you too.
See you soon. And then Magic City.
yourself.
Yes,
Go
we
to the
gonna
splash.
tussle at ATL.
I ain't tussling with him. All right, guys.
Till she tussles. Take care.
Bye.
Love, man. Yeah. Yeah. You know. No, that was good conversation. I like that, man. You know, that was good conversation. That was vibrant still. That was vibrant.
Yeah, listen, and I think, you know, just like, because this is another hotly debated topic, right? That men can sleep with women that they're not attracted to, right? And how that happens, and sometimes, you know, well, in a lot of instances, it's misleading to the woman, and then it becomes hurtful, and then it gives that woman a misconception, right? So that's not me, you know? That's not me. So just like I'm not the kind of guy that's going to operate in that space, if I'm sleeping with you, if we're doing anything intimate, it means that I'm attracted to you. And that's that. I just prefer being a straight shooter in that way.
Absolutely. I'm with you guys. I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. Last couple we didn't speak about. It is obviously it's Justin and Alexis. They finally did the do. And yeah. Whew, Chile. What's your thoughts, Sean? They finally did the do. What's your thoughts?
One, I don't know. I just I want her to just release him from the pain, you know? Because she is going to destroy him. She's going to destroy this poor man. And it's like, to me, I feel like, and this kind of, it's so tightly not even planned in it, not even that it was planned, but leads into what we were talking about. She doesn't want him, but it feels like she always has to have the one up on him. She's always pushing the envelope. Oh, so you had sex with your wife. How was it? You know, tell me, how was it for you, huh? How was it for you? You know, do you feel differently? Do you feel better? You seem lighter. You seem better. You know, it's always something. So I just feel like she's always up to no good. You know, and then he don't do himself any favors, because I don't know where the truth is between the two of them. I don't know if she's just the person that can't hold, she's like a broken refrigerator. Everything's going to spoil. She's got to release it. Well, she was named the most gossipy, right? That was her award for the prom. You know, exactly, C Perk. She got to point it out. Did you do this for women? Did you do this for women? Have you done this for women before? Have you ever taken off a woman's shoes? Because you sure did struggle taking off my bra last night. It's like, ma'am, is there anything sacred? It's like everything is a topic to be discussed. The most embarrassing moments, you just, you know, it's like you're like a faucet. And then, you know, he doesn't help himself either, because, bro, if you capping, he gonna turn around. It was all night. It was all night. We did it all night long. Now, bro, if you know you ain't do nothing all night long, then why you capping? you know? And that's my problem, right? And notice the only thing that leads me up to the fact that she might be telling somewhat of the truth is when they were talking about how was the sex, and she was like, how do you feel? How do you feel? He ain't near once asked her, how do you feel?
Very nice.
It feels a little bit of confidence, like, the situation was situating. He might have been like, so babe, yeah, it was enjoyable. I had a good time, but tell me how you felt. He ain't asked her that. He was like, it was good. I'm okay. Next topic. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, Justin was capping too much, man. I needed him to chill. Like, he was talking about hitting it all night long like Lionel Richie, but the reality was, bro, it wasn't. At least according to Alexis, wasn't. You know what I mean? I just think to myself that Alexis, you know what? Alexis probably is annoying in the first place, but she's even more annoying that she doesn't find him attractive. And let's be honest, she don't find him attractive. Okay? She hasn't found him attractive because, like I said, she found him on 2 apps and said no. If this was me, see what Justin's in, I would be walking away. If somebody's rejected me twice on 2 different apps, I am walking away that way. I'm gonna look at her and be like, oh, I appreciate it, but I'm walking away. Because you've already stated in your hearts of heart you don't find me attractive anymore. You don't find me attractive in the first place. Well, at least you don't like me in that way in the first place. And you've rejected me twice. There's no need to reject me a third time. He's always going to be in a deficit with Alexis because he's always liked her and she's always not liked him. And it's only now they've met on the show that she's even given him a chance. I don't want to ever be in a situation. You know what I mean? I don't want to be in that situation. And that's exactly what we're talking about. This is why we had that whole conversation. Don't choose me. Go for it, Sean.
That's what the shirt's gonna say. Don't choose me.
Don't choose me.
Just don't choose me.
Don't choose me.
But yo, remember we was listening to this song when we was in the city, it just popped into my head and ready for a relationship consultant. Just put it in. Mario Winans. If you playing me, I don't want to know. No. Keep it on the low, okay? I don't want to know.
I don't know. Yeah,
I don't want to know.
I don't want to know. Not at all. I tell you, you need me. It's so plain to see that I will always love you so well. But like honestly, with Justin's situation, Alexis, like that he is a encapsulation of what we're talking about for the last half an hour. It's when a woman doesn't find you, that like she's literally dragging herself into that place. She's dragging herself into. She's doing what Haley did for what's his name, old big dude again. What's his name again? I forgot his name. Haley and
Jacob.
Yeah, it's a sympathy poussoir. It's like I'm gonna try it and see if it'll change something. It's not going to change something because like you said, see what she'll probably tell you. Women are wired differently, right? Okay, fantastic. So the poussoir is connected to the mind. Okay, I'm not about to unwire what's happening here by here. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not going to happen. Okay, now you might start to feel some type of way, but it's not going to unwire how you look at me. You're not attracted to me. You're not attracted to me, and so it's unfortunate. But he's now getting extra dirt on him, and that's why she keeps calling out things. Oh, talking about how he needed more stamina. He celibate. You can't undo a bra. You know what I'm saying? She doesn't desire him at all. Okay, but she's giving him a chance. And this is what I said. Do not put me in that category where you don't desire me, but you're trying to give me a chance. That's what we're talking about. Not the one where it's like, okay, do you know what? I didn't see you before, but now I've seen you. Oh, okay, cool. Like, I didn't really notice it in that particular way. That's different. That's an unveiling. That's a revelation. That's completely different to the one where you're like, I saw it. I didn't want it. I forced myself into it. Or God told me to go into it. That's different. You know what I mean? That's definitely different. But in this case, he is on the scale of, I don't like you, I didn't like you, I'm now on the show, I'm making the best of that show, and now I'm sleeping with you, and I'm going to make it hell for you too whilst I'm doing it because I don't find you attractive. She's doing what she's having what Mitch is having, but with probably a bit more spice on her end. Mitch doesn't find Kristen attractive, so he keeps saying certain things, and it comes out the way it comes out because you don't like them. People are mean to each other when they don't like people. That's honest truth when they don't find them attractive.
100%. And she is more seductive with it, you know? Whereas Mitch doesn't have the, he doesn't have the soft skills to play around a little bit. He's just, playing games. And y'all better leave our good brother Devon Franklin alone. Let the man, heal and get up on here and help these folks out. Because Lord knows Dr. Pepper, she ain't doing much. So Dr. Pia though, we didn't see her this episode. She was laying down bars.
What was
That's been the word on the curb. Did you see that across the social media and stuff? They were saying that Alexis was making googly eyes at Devon Franklin.
I saw that. Yeah, they were talking about that.
Something I peeped about her. I think us little Caramel brothers stand a chance because her best friend, Caramel brother, then she was on the Afterlife with my cousin from another mother, Justin Davis. He's not my cousin, guys. I just joked like that. She was looking at him real. She was like, "What you got to say?" I think she got a penchant for us Caramel brothers. Don't let me carry on too much.
Something sweet.
Calling me a colorist.
Something sweet and sultry. Ain't got no problem with that, brother. You can have her. You can have her.
No. All them games, I will have her out the door. That's too much for me.
Nah. But no, it's real. I mean, with Justin and obviously Alexis again as well. Like, I just feel like obviously he did feel some type of way about he did feel happier. He looked like he was happier. Now he had finally had sex with Alexis. But you're actually right in what you said. It's like the way she was even pointing it out. Do you feel happier now? You feel better now? It's almost like I've done you a favor now. It's like I've done you a favor now. So I'm expecting you to behave now. You've done and it's like that's coming from a place of somebody who, that again, this has not been done out of the goodness of their heart in terms of I like you the same way you like me. It's almost as if it's a pity. I don't even say even pity. I would rather say like, you know what it is? She had an itch to scratch. She scratched it. She don't really like you. It's done. You know what I mean? But yeah, I definitely don't feel Alexis and Justin's relationship at this moment. I really don't. It's not the one. I'm not on it. She said she's a pleaser. She did say that, didn't she? She's a bit of a pleaser,
Bad. And then she keeps saying that, I like to be dominated. Like, why? And she was like, and I don't want to be the one doing all the work. Like, why? Why, doing, Alexis? Man? Huh?
What work are you doing? No,
exactly.
When women say that, when they say they do work, I always ask, what work are you doing?
Exactly.
Let me go down
just scooting. Is she just scooting her booty back and forth? Or is she
let me go to off dark.
She doing something. What work are you doing?
A few bounces up and down and your legs are hurting. Don't tell me working.
Exactly. Because if what she did on that pole was indicative of the work that she's doing, I call cap. Where's my cap? I call cap because with the way she fumbled on that pole, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll be telling us that you be putting in work.
But yo, did you hear how Justin? Nate cannot stand Justin. Yo, he can't stand him. It's horrible. It is.
Yeah, because he sees him as weak.
Yeah, because did you hear how Justin was like, "Well, is the swing big enough for me?" And Nate was like, "It's not really for you. Why would you be getting in the swing?"
He sees him as a little Mitch. That's why.
Yep.
Yeah, that ain't it. That ain't it.
And what is he gonna? Yeah, then she's really gonna be like, "Bro, really? You want to get in the swing now? When do I get to have any fun?" She's like, "What? You want to get in the swing now?" That's right, AJ. He don't like Alexis either. He thinks she's gossipy and causing problems. Oh, and that's another thing. She was reveling in the fact that she low-key ruined Ben and Morgan. She was like cackling.
It was. Bro, like I said, she is the ultimate villain, bro. She is the ultimate villain, literally. She was excited to collect that award as well. And I was like, you know what? I'm not about it, man. I'm not about it. I said that kind of girl there, you have to watch out for them. They're dangerous, man. They'll set you alight, man. Ain't nobody trying to be with somebody who is happily excited about the fact that they caused a breakup between two people. Listen, they might have needed to break up, but you don't get excited about the fact that you caused it. Do you know what I mean? That just tells me where your heart is, man. You like concert, you like mischief too much. And now it makes his point what he said about earlier on in the season, where he said, you know, you like drama. It's coming to light that you do, because clearly you involved yourself in a situation that had nothing to it never needed you to be involved in it. I think, did Nate mention that as well? I don't know if he mentioned this episode. I think he mentioned something like that this episode. I don't know if it was to her, but I think it might have been his cutscene. But yeah, again, it's just, yeah.
When he was really kind of going in, and Stasia was feeling bad. When he was just talking about her traits and how she just kind of causes problems and issues. Yeah, she like revels in it. And then that's right, I forgot, they said it in the chat that she brought up the whole attraction thing with Kristen and Mitch again. So it's like there might be a little bit of that, like she just likes to shine the light on other people.
Yep.
So you don't get to talk about her. You know? I think she's afraid. She's afraid to go deep. That's what I think. You know, so people like that, they rather spin in other people's talk about other people's drama, get all the mess, and we all, to a certain extent like to hear gossip or whatever's going on. But if that's your sole focus, if that's your primary thing that you talk about, they say there's like an expression, people with small minds talk about other people, big minds, they talk about concepts and things. I'm jacking it up, but the long of the short story is the fact that she spends too much time talking about other people's business, when ultimately at the end of the day, what are you doing to better yourself? How are you working on your connection? What are the things about you? So
I'm with you, bro. I'll sit with you on that 100%. Whilst we're here in the slight after dark situation, let me just address some comments, obviously, because a video that I put up the other day, and I see some people were really getting onto my neck about this. So I did a video some months back with dear future wifey, Dr. Latirius Whitfield, and I spoke about men not wanting quote unquote virgins, and some people were really slewing me in the comments about me saying this. So I can use this few minutes, since we're already at this topic, of sex. I wanted to just kind of address it and say, guys, this is what I meant by this. For those of us who are experienced, who've lived, enjoyed, dabbled, dropped deep, gone in, cave dived, okay, done some things, I rarely hear men say, now I want to marry a virgin. So when I was saying about men don't usually go for virgins, what I meant was those of us who are experienced, who have lived a little bit, done a little bit, enjoyed a little bit, rarely do you hear a man say, yep, make sure I want to make sure I marry a virgin or get with a virgin. And it's just because we have two different ways of thinking about things. So just for anybody out there, because I know some of you were on my neck, I even had Ruslan reach out to me, I think he's going to do a response to it. Ruslan.
What was the comment? What were they saying?
I think people were saying, obviously, how can I say that as a Christian, as a male? Why are we saying that virgins are not appreciated and not wanted no more? But that's not what I was saying. The video is a clip. It's a snippet of the actual whole video. But what I was saying was, if I'm taken, if I personally have, been involved in it, been experienced, I'm not going to try and be a virgin. It doesn't really make sense, you know what I mean? Because I've lived a little bit. So yeah, I was like, yep, nope, not for me. I can't do it,
Now, if I'm stepping out on a limb, let me know. But I also don't think we necessarily, want somebody with, bodies on bodies on bodies on bodies on bodies on bodies on bodies.
Yeah, no one's saying
Either,
exactly.
And I think, And I think too, it's all about the stage that you get married, right? Because if you get married younger, you get married in your early 20s, okay, right? Some people get married at 25, 22, 23, okay? That can happen, right? Um, but if we get married at 30 and I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's like I don't know. It's like and yes, should it not be that way? Should we be okay with that? But if you're the 40-year-old virgin and it's just like, listen, you don't want me if I'm a virgin at 40. Let's be honest. Women don't want a man that's 40 and a virgin. So yeah. And just for those very similar reasons, right? Because at the end of the day, um, sex should be a mutually enjoyable experience. And if you've never had the experience, you know, and it's not to say there's not a needle in the haystack. So, if there's anybody out there that is a virgin and that is, upper 30s or what have you, doesn't mean that there's no hope for you. And we're not saying we cast you away. But, yeah. I don't want no emails. I don't want no DMs. I don't want no messages. Don't at me. I don't want it. I'm just trying to do the dance.
Listen,
I don't want it, So look, to each his own.
yeah, and I think that's what I'm really saying about the situation. I think, like I said, it's those of us who have already tasted the fruit. Like, and I'm telling you now, like anybody who hasn't tasted the fruit, you don't know you don't know what is on the other side. Like, and I've been on the other side, so I know. So I know that once you go to the other side, it's a different. Even the urge that you even have is even different because now you've tasted the fruit. You now know what it is. So the urge even changes slightly because now you know exactly what it is. So I'm not saying that we don't have the same struggles. I'm saying that it even changes. What I mean? It even changes some of the way that you even look at a relationship. Your eyes even change the relationship. How you see people changes. So there's a difference, you know what I mean? So, but I know obviously Red Pill obviously will talk about this whole virgin situation. They're capping up to the hundreds hill. I mean, they are capping more than Trump on Capitol Hill. Listen, most of us, okay, all right, most of us who have had those experiences as men tend to go for other people who also have had some experience. Not doesn't mean we're looking for somebody who has gone to the highest hill and become the craziest of craziest, but you want somebody also who's also experienced in those things. And I say this as somebody who is aware and keeps his ears and eyes open. Somebody who hasn't had sex before, because the way they talk about the subject. How can you talk about something you've never done before? You know what I mean? So as for me individually, I'm like, yeah, I would know if someone hasn't been there more times or not, you will know because of the way they talk about subject. So there is a naivety in that area of not knowing about it. That's what I was trying to say. Like, there's naivety there because you don't know about it. So for me personally, I was like, all right, look, for me, I wouldn't personally marry a virgin because that I've done certain things. So I wouldn't now then be looking for a virgin to be with. If that came along though, and that's what God said I had to be with, then cool. I don't think that's what God's gonna say for me. But if that's what He says, then you have to do it. But most of us like, no, you'd go for somebody on a similar level to you, and where waters meet in its level. It's like you go for a similar kind of thing. So, honestly, and I said this on the video. I said this as well, like. When I hear a guy who's thoroughly experienced saying he wants a virgin, like he desperately wants a virgin, I said you should be careful with that kind of guy. That he desperately wants a virgin. I was like, you better be careful, because he also understands the power of when you haven't. Ooh, let me tell you, man. Some of you, if you look when you not, I'm telling you, if you've not had sex, you don't understand what it can do to you. It can finish you. It can finish you, and people know how to use it as a weapon and tool. So I'm saying, if a guy tells you I'm thoroughly experienced but wants to go for a virgin, I'm asking the question why. The very thing you're asking for, you're not it. You're very experienced. Why would you want to go for a virgin? Why? No, really, why? There's probably some manipulation that's at stake there that he's looking to do. So for me, I'm saying, hey, look, I'm not saying that it's bad to be a virgin. I'm saying for those of us who have moved mad, it's a different way of looking at it. You know, different way to look at it. If you're a virgin, fantastic. Continue. Stay on course. Don't quit. You know, don't quit. Korean drama, love her. She says, my true colors are showing. What's wrong with desperately wanting a virgin?
And I mean, listen, I don't want to give anyone the impression that I'm I'm frowning upon anybody that made a choice to preserve themselves um, until marriage, right? You know, I don't, I'm not frowning upon anybody or shaming anybody, and I said that early on. So, you know, in all seriousness, um, like it is what it is. I'm not saying I would, you know, I'm not as hard on the stance of it as like if it's something that happened, I'm like, no, as when we talked about the attraction thing, but you know, I would prefer, you know, that's just what I would prefer. And I don't think necessarily all virgins are naive. And so then that takes us to the point of, and we talked about this before. Um, I think Melissa Fredericks, Kev on Stage's wife, she talked about this and chastity and preserving sex until marriage and what it all means, and her growing up on church and how sex and her perceptions of sex, how it impacted her. And I think, you know, and it's not every woman, right? But many women in church have, um, you know, that perception, and they have held off on sex because of the way many people talk about sex in the church to make, you know, to kind of like force youngsters not to go down that path. So it's very hard to shake that once you get married. And again, I said, you know, if you're in your 20s, your early 20s, your mid 20s, yeah, that could be, you know, that's likely realistic, and sometimes it happens. And if we're both at that same level, you know, I think that that's a more workable thing. But when you're in your 30s and 40s and you've had this idea of what sex is for all these years, and then you either have it or you don't, it's it's hard. It's hard to shake that. You know, it's hard to shake that. It's hard. You know, I don't think you're going to flick a switch at 37 if you haven't had sex for all these years, from your teenage years when, you know, your juices are flowing and everything, until the time you're 37. And then you're going to flick a switch, right? And then all of a sudden, the floodgates are going to be opening and you're just going to be, you know, ready to go right now. I don't know.
100%.
I don't know. It's a question mark for me. Listen, I dated many a Christian women, many a believer. I haven't run into it yet, so I have yet. Now, some of might have been in their celibate lifestyle, right? Because then that's different, right? So if you've had sex before, you've had some experience, but you've taken a season off, then, you know, I do understand that. Now that I've encountered, but I have never, ever in all my days, and I've dated majority women that are believers, and nary of them was a virgin.
I'm with you, bro. Like I'm saying again, I want to reiterate to the people because me, I'm not shy saying it again. When I say there's a naivete, there is a naivete. You've never had sex before. There is naivete. The same way I've never been married before. There's things that Sean will know that I have no clue. I can talk about the best practices, but I've never been married. So there's certain things I'm going to be naive on, which I get told every single time when I do give advice to married couples from this channel because I haven't been married. So there's certain things I'm going to have a very, let's say, for instance, a closed mindset to, or have a limited perspective. And that's why I've started to say nowadays, I have a limited perspective. So, well, I'm saying it from my particular experience. Do you know what I'm saying? So now I've started to develop a habit of saying, I keep saying, oh, I have a limited experience. So I could be wrong, but this is how I see things, right? So I say that just to cover myself because also at the same time, I could think differently in the next 2 years' time. Do you know what I mean? I could change it. But one thing I'm definitely going to tell you now, if you haven't had sex, I'm going to tell you this for free, okay? It changes you. It changes you. Many a man who, listen, as for me, obviously my virginity has been taken. I haven't taken anybody's virginity. But any of the women that I've spoken to about their first ever person they ever had sex with, I get several stories that are usually the same. Number one, the first one is, either woman was like, I wasn't really ready, but because I liked him, I did it. That's one of the stories you normally hear. The other one is, okay, yes, I really, really liked him. I really, really liked him. And you know what? That's my first. I've never forgotten him. Right? Because you don't forget. It's an imprint. Right? It's an imprint. There is something about that virginity that you lose. It's an imprint. You don't ever forget. So, and if we're saying that it's from God, then we really must understand the covenant of having sex. This is why, and technically speaking, breaking the hymen is a blood that runs because it's a covenant. So when the two have sex, it's a covenant. So of course, that very first one that you have, there's an imprint that happens. You're influenced in a particular way. Now, unless you're completely broken emotionally and you have that first sex and it doesn't really matter to you at all, you're just on a mad frenzy, that's completely different. Most of us are not in that space. Most of us thought, and I always say this, most women would have thought their first one, they weren't just trying to throw it back and see what happens. You like the person. Right? There's deeper emotions involved in it. Do you know what I'm saying? So now there is obviously going to be there's always going to be a situation where I'm saying to you, like, there's a naivete. If you haven't had sex in that area, there's a naivete in that area. And so I'm saying to you that if a guy who has had many experiences comes out and says, I want a virgin, I'm going to look at him some way. Because we know what happens when someone has sex for the first time. What happens? The influence of having sex with that person is surreal. So I'm saying, that's why I'm saying that, you may not think of it as anything, but I'm saying to you, from what I know for these, when I've seen people, ladies, and I've seen the guys, how it does to them, the influence is huge. It changes you the way you look at someone. It changes the way that you even feel about them. You attach that person in a different way. So no, I'm not saying don't be virgins. I never said that. I said, for those of us who are not, this wasn't even about virgins, for those of us who are not, it's not that men don't desire virgins, but when you're no longer a virgin and you've had sex, you've had some ample amount of sex, you rarely hear a man come out and say, give me a virgin. So if you hear, the fact that you're quoting Manosphere as one in virgins should tell you everything you should know. Should tell you everything you should know. That's your answer right there. If Manosphere are quoting it saying they want virgins when they're out here moving mad, that should tell you everything you should know about why I'm saying what I'm saying. Most of us don't want that if we have been experienced,
Yeah, and I just think, like, we're just having a conversation, guys. So it's just, so I don't want anybody, and I see a couple of people that are sharing experiences and things like that, and a couple of the ladies that are sharing their, experiences being a virgin. Look, this is not to shame you. We're not trying to shame you. That's not what it's about. And we also don't think having a lot of sex means having experience and knowing what you're doing, right? You guys have rocked with this channel long before I showed up, and I know since I've been here, how many conversations have we had about having sex, right? Just in New York alone, one of the ladies in the audience when we were like in the after dark, she was asking, how to tell, her dude, or, a friend of a friend, or whomever it was, that they wanted a better sexual experience. Like, that's the stuff that we talk about, so we don't just assume, we don't say, because I'm having a lot of sex, that means that I know what I'm doing. We know that there's other steps. We're just talking about one very isolated topic, right? We're not digging in and saying, just because you're a virgin doesn't mean you're not going to know what you're doing. And just because you have sex means you do. It's not what we're saying. We're saying people should be on the equal playing field. And Korean drama, Love Her, made a good point when I said that, I've never dated a woman, especially a Christian woman, that was a virgin. And she was like, it's because the energy you put out. Yeah, because I'm not a virgin. You know what I mean? So I'm attracting I'm attracting someone that is in my same sphere, right? So again, I'm not out here, not my message, that I'm saying, if you're a virgin, you need to go out and lose your virginity so you can get a husband. No, that's not what I'm saying. Just saying, typically people enjoy people that are in a very similar space to them, right? If my energy is on here and yours isn't, it might not be a match. And sex is one of the ways we're talking about, but it's going to be in other ways too. So.
Yeah. Dali said a real question, I believe, is what does it matter if a person has experience or not, or called to not fornicate? So don't get how either side should care. I won't dismiss you. Don't dismiss me.
No.
Let me be honest with you. I'm going to. Because I know, because I don't see this, because what happens is people try to spiritualize everything. We need to stop spiritualizing everything, because there is wisdom. The Bible says if we lack wisdom, ask for wisdom. The Bible says in Luke 2:52 that Christ grew in stature and in favor with men. Listen, you cannot make everything spiritual. You know what I'm saying? No one's saying that virgins are not wanted. What I said was, if I am not a virgin, why do you keep... See, this is what I'm trying to say. Open ears. I want everyone to open their ears, because what we're not doing is listening. What we're trying to do is make our feelings imprinted on the conversation. Open your ears and listen, okay? All right? Open your ears and listen. If I have had sex several times, I'm saying I want to meet somebody also too who has had the same level. I want to meet someone on an equal plane, all right? Because we have a similar mindset. Yeah, just because I'm born again does not mean I reset and I become a virgin all over again. I don't. That is, it's a fallacy to think that. You don't reset your mind and become a virgin now because you became born again. What I'm saying is I have a history, so therefore I meet somebody else on a similar level. Like you said, Sean, I move in a particular way because I'm not in that space anymore. I'm not a virgin. So I cannot move in that same energy as somebody who is a virgin. That's why I said when I meet somebody who's a virgin, you kind of know, because you have a different energy to that person. So what we're saying is when you begin to move into a relationship with that person, yes, more than likely I'm going to be somebody who's on an equal level on that aspect. Because when we have a conversation about sex, quote unquote, we're going to know that we know exactly what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? We don't know exactly what we're talking about. So for me personally, no, it's not going to be for me. You know what I'm saying? And people quoted me in that video. The video is longer than that, but now I'm giving you the context of what I'm saying. So I'm giving you the context. The context is now that I'm talking about us who are not virgins. We would see things differently. It's not all men. If other men who are virgins, they were going to like virgins. Why wouldn't they want them? You know what I'm saying? But for those of us who are not, it's rare to see a man. And the same was a statement about how men how they think as well. Those who have not, they're not included. Those who have, when do you ever hear them saying they want virgins? Apart from manosphere? That's the point I'm trying to make to you. Not to discourage you, but to say that those men who are on, and you wouldn't even want them anyway. So what's the beef? You know what I mean? Like, what's the beef? You know what I'm saying? So Dali said, if I only allowed myself to date only virgins, I'd date no one. This isn't a hill I want to die on. I hear you. I agree to this. Okay, so just go bang your bait. I'm going to let Sean go in a second. Just by going what you said. Just listen to the logic of what you said. If I only allowed myself to date only virgins, I'd date no one. Do you know why? Because what you're saying to me, I'm not saying it's the truth, but what you're saying to me is everyone else is not a virgin. Therefore, my point of saying I would date somebody who's not a virgin is absolutely logical and fine. Because, like you said, most people are not virgins. That's what you're basically saying. And I'm saying if you go by that logic, you're absolutely right. Fair enough. If you're going by that logic, then I wouldn't be wrong in saying I want someone on an equal level. And it's not impossible to get that because most of us are not in that space. Wouldn't that be right? Yeah? Wouldn't that be right? No? I don't know, Dahlia. But so I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you shouldn't do this. I'm saying for me personally, and I'm saying for men who have had it, it's very rare they want to go for virgins. You know what I mean? Sorry, Sean, I cut you off.
Oh, no worries. I think like, look, guys, it's just a conversation for anyone that's offended, right? We don't want to offend. You can have your difference of opinions. I think this is, like you said, Dahlia, right? Like this is not a hill we want to die on. Me neither. I'm not trying to die on this hill. I'm also not trying to get churchy up here tonight either because people pick and choose their sins, right? So, look, I'm not trying to rationalize or justify sex or try to convince you that having sex before marriage is a sin. I know it is, but let's not let, we put sex up here, all the way up here, and then we forget about all the other stuff in between. So listen, we ain't walking around holy. We talk about people, don't pay I'm gonna close my eyes and pick and choose which sin is important, but not this one, right? So we're gonna have the conversation, and for some people, it's how you feel. Again, I'm not at a point where I'm like, nope. As soon as I find out we're out, I want to get to know you better, and see, because it doesn't always mean that you're going to be, approved. It could be. It could very well be, but at the end of the day, it's something to think about. So, my thoughts, y'all can feel the way you feel, and we could talk about how we feel. We ain't got to judge one another. You don't have to be like, oh, y'all Christians, y'all should, why are we doing this? It's how we feel. You want somebody to be honest, or you rather us just lie to you? And then we'll be more Christian if we lie to you. Because the last time I checked, the thing that made you a believer was being a believer in Jesus Christ. That's the last time I checked, right? Y'all ain't taking it back. Get out of here. Y'all done seen this man's dark art channel. Y'all ain't taking it back. Y'all cannot be taking it back.
You know what, it's interesting. I say it's interesting because I find these things fascinating for me personally because, like I said, I think like when people say it's the flesh, it's like it's not the flesh. Like it's not the flesh. You have to understand that whilst we are in spirit, we are on earth. You're on earth. Your body has to be nourished by food. You know why? Because you're on earth. You have to read to gain knowledge because you're on earth. There are things that you're going to do because you're on earth. That comes also to relationships, and that's what I'm trying to get you people to understand. Like, don't over spiritualize everything. So when I'm saying about virgins and I'm talking about men and talking about this, I was given a simple statement about men who are not. It doesn't have to be spiritualized, because what's going to happen is we're trying to spiritualize it, like saying, oh my God, if you are born again Christian, this wouldn't be an issue. That's where you're missing it. Relationships are not, we don't operate in a spectrum of a relationship. In the spirit, you are in flesh. You have to operate in a relationship on an earthly realm. You don't do it from a spiritual plane solely. You do it with spiritual, but you also have to do it with the fact you're practical. There are practical things that we have to understand about one another. You cannot spiritualize this relationship when you're not only in spirit. That's what I'm trying to say. All right? So what happens is you start making everything spiritual. Oh my God, if you are born again, like okay, let me put this another thing. You're a Christian. You know what? Jesus can teach you how to have sex. No, go and read. Go and read. Go and research. Right? Go and research. There is research out there you can go and read. There are books out there you can go and read. I'm talking about those who are married, please, because I'm not advocating for us to be having sex before marriage, before some of you cuss me again. But it's like there is aspects of growth that you need to be able to understand that it's not going to come from, oh, if I read my Bible, I'm going to suddenly become a better sex person. Because we're talking about sex, by the way. I'm just going to, suddenly he's going to be an amazing sex. No, he's not. No, he or she is not. It's an aspect of practice. It's an aspect of you also researching, growing, understanding, and getting knowledge in that particular area. I'm talking about sex because that's what we're talking about right now, guys, by the way. But this applies to everything. It's not fleshly to think that if you do, you will miss it in your relationship. You will be Moses sitting up in the mountains for 40 days, 40 nights, and when you come down, your face is too shiny, nobody can look upon your face. That's not a relationship. You know what I'm saying? So there is an aspect that is spiritual, but there is an aspect where we have to grow, and we have to grow in practicality of knowledge. Grow in knowledge, understanding, and wisdom. You cannot live in a spiritual plane all your life. You have to operate on a normal earthly realm, which means you have to learn. Do you understand? So as a Christian, I have to learn about sex. I have to learn about my partner. Some of you are going to do shada bada 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 bada. Lord, give me the answer to why my wife is not enjoying sex. And the Lord is looking at like, my friend, she's right there. Go and ask her. Go and ask her what she wants. But you're saying, stop that bada 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 you're doing and go and ask her the question. It's a simple thing. It's practical. You understand? There are practical things that happen to people because we live in the earthly realm. Some of you are going to spray tongues to get answers that are literally right in front of you. And that is what I'm talking about. If you lack wisdom, ask for wisdom. And I'm saying in relationships, if you look how the world is, I'm saying look at men, even Christian men, because this is what happens in the church. And then Christian women will be saying, I don't know how that Stacy went and took the brother Bodhi. And it's because you're so spiritual, you're no earthly good. You understand? Listen, look, there has to be a mixing of the two. You've got to be able to bring the spiritual and the practical. You know what I'm saying? Some of you live too much in the spiritual realms. You're too Jesus-like for the rest of us. Well, since you're so Jesus-like, find out if a person who's also Jesus-like, so that the rest of us can get on with our lives. Because clearly, we're not going to be on that level. You have to mix the practical and the spiritual. Okay? All right? And there are things where the Holy Spirit is going to try and help you grow in these areas. And he's going to point at it. And you're supposed to learn. You're supposed to grow and attain knowledge. This is what I said this about me and Sean were here talking about, I always reference this, Married at First Sight, last 2 seasons ago. I'm a Christian. And yet I still get annoyed. I still get hurt. I still have temper. I have all these things. You know why? Because you have to learn and you have to grow to handle these things. You know? So what we're saying is there's an aspect of growth. All right? There's an aspect of growth. You know? So let's not make it spiritual, everything. Let's look at the practicalities. A relationship is practical. You are on earth. Let's start using practical things. God has given us principles to operate by in the practical, as well as the spiritual. You understand? Yeah. So let's not just pray and then stand there and say, God, I was expecting you to move, and God's like, well, I was expecting you to move. So, you know, let's get a balance. You know. Sorry, Sean, I spoke for a little bit long there, bro.
No, I think you were hitting on some major points, and I think, look, some people are gonna feel the way they feel. I think it's gonna be how it's gonna be. I think neither one of our intentions tonight in talking about this was to shame anybody or make anybody feel bad for any one of their decisions. And I think that's what happens. If you're just focusing on how you feel and you're throwing yourself in the situation, then you're just going to internalize it and make it about you. We're just speaking generically about sex, having sex and being a believer, especially, and being a married, what that means. And you see how contentious this topic gets, right? Because there's people that are some like saying, we get it, we understand 100%, I'm there. And then there's some people who's like, no, this is wrong, it's disheartening. And I tell you that what the unfortunate part of it is, God designed sex. He designed it. He designed every part of your body, the pleasure zones, the erogenous zones, right? For you to enjoy it. What happens is people get so tightly wound, and that's what Kojo was talking about. You over spiritualize sex and you put it on such a pedestal as you think that because you're not doing it, it makes you pious. It puts you in a separate category, and that's not necessarily the case. It's not necessarily the case. And what so often happens, especially when you have held on to this idea of chastity and virtue, that you have wrapped that into your identity and you're not doing it. You want to do it. Your body is craving it, but you're not doing it. It's very hard to flick that switch off. Now you get a partner and you're going to just immediately enjoy sex with them. And especially if you've never had sex before. So you're not going to know what you're going to do, how you're going to feel, what's going to happen afterwards until you have that moment. So that's all I'm saying. You know, I'm not preaching for you to go against your principles. If you feel like God is speaking to you in the midnight hour and telling you to hold on, then you hold on. I am not your God, right? So if that's where you feel God is directing and leading you to, then you continue to do that. Continue to do that. However, just a fancy but. Know that there will be some limitations to your options. There are, you know, and it doesn't mean you're going to be rejected and cast away as a leper, but just it's going to, you know.
You have a different set of options.
Yeah,
That's all it is.
American culture. I don't want. Listen, I'm in America. Culture. You're not in America, so
it's the same. You've had the same thing, and that's what I'm trying to say. And again, I have not advocated for people to have sex before. When I said about gaining knowledge, did I say about having sex? I didn't say about people having sex. I said about gaining knowledge. It was completely different. And then I was saying, of course, when you enter, and I'm now saying, when you enter into a relationship, if you've not had sex, it's an area of growth. It's an area of growth. So there has to be a learning process. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not shaming anybody. I want people to continue. Oh, sorry, apologies, guys. The drink there. If you're a virgin, I want you to continue in that vein. I'm not saying give it up. What I'm saying to you is, the reality of it is, this is what it looks like. Majority of men are not looking there because they have gone past that point and have done certain things. So keep doing what you're doing. I'm not saying it's bad. It's great. You must continue. You must continue on that vein and fashion. You know, so I'm saying for us personally, for us personally, those of us who have already reached that point, who have breached the barriers, we don't tend to look back to those who have not breached a barrier because of the fact that we see things differently slightly. You know what I mean? On a practical level. And that's what I'm trying to say. So don't be discouraged. If you're a virgin, continue. I want you to continue. It's a beautiful thing for you to continue and give that to your partner. You know what I'm saying? Go and give that to your partner. You know what I'm saying? But the rest of us who are not in that space, who unfortunately have not been able to do what you've been able to do so well, you know, we're not in that space, unfortunately. Do you know what I mean? So, personally, look, and the reason I'm mentioning all this because, like I said, I had so many comments on that particular video, similar to what we had here, which is you're basically saying virgins are not desired, and I'm like, no, I don't want anyone to think that. You know, I don't want that you're not desired. I want you to understand that those of us who are not in the same bracket as you, who are not in the same fashion and boat as you, unfortunately, who have moved past those planes, unfortunately. Again, I put the word unfortunately because we should all be in the same boat, which is we should be all virgins. We should all be virgins and we should all be married to our spouses by now. Okay? We should all be married young and with kids and family and living large. But a lot of us have moved mad, have been silly, have looked for love in the wrong places. We find ourselves on the other side of the barriers. And, you know, we are navigating that space as Christians, you know what I mean? So, that's the point I'm trying to make. Yeah, sorry, go on, Sean.
Oh, no worries. You know, I was looking at a comment from Salaya. She said, word on the curb is I'm a born again virgin. What is that? Like, that's another concept, right? Like, what is a born again virgin? It's like either you are or you aren't, you know? Like, I don't know what a born again virgin is, you know? Maybe when people have had a season of celibacy, perhaps that's what that means. I don't know. I don't think that makes you a born again virgin. I think that makes you somebody who is abstaining for a season. But yeah, that's another fun topic. Some people want to reset the clock.
Or it's o'clock. As in what?
They gonna reset the clock. They be like, up.
It didn't happen.
My number went from 5 to 0.
Look, once you've done it, you can't go back, man. You're stuck.
No, it's once you have sex, you've had sex. It's not like
Yeah,
you can't reset it. You can be abstinent. That's great.
Yeah, and that's what Edna said. I appreciate that for virgins wait on your God ordained mate. I wish I could have had that man the Lord had from the foundation of the world and be a virgin when I'm married. Yeah, again, wait upon your mate, as well. And also saying this as well, marriage is not for everybody. Not everyone thinks their destiny is marriage. Even me, sometimes like I could be a Paul. I'll be thinking about it like I'm gonna get married. I want to get married, but I could be a Paul. What if you're a Paul? You know what I mean? You may want it, but you could be a Paul. You never know. Marriage is not in everybody's destiny. So I mean, hey, it be like that. But I'm just saying again, it's not.
Kojo, don't step on their hearts, please. You're now condemning them to singledom. So please, first you're saying virgins are undesirable, and now you're not meant to be married. So please, enough for one night, okay?
No, I'm gonna go there.
Enough.
We're already here.
Enough for one night, okay?
Some of you are not meant to be married. That's men and women.
Please,
Some of us are not meant to be
please,
married.
please.
It's just a reality.
We have tickets to sell. We have tickets to sell.
And not
Please.
everyone will be married. If this should make you sell tickets, you should want to come to the show, guys, because I keep it real. Regardless of how you feel, I'll tell you the truth. Some of us are not meant to be married. Okay? It's unfortunate. Some of you are meant to be eunuchs. You know what I mean? Eunuchs. Some of you are meant to be eunuchs. Okay? Enoch, Enoch. Okay? Enoch. Some of you are eunuchs. And that could include me. Sometimes I think about it. I think maybe I'm better suited being a Paul. Sometimes I think about it. Maybe I'm better suited being a Paul.
Well, you technically are not Paul, but I get what you're saying.
Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm.
I hear what you mean. You're meant to be single. You're probably bordering on a Samson kind of. You definitely ain't Paul. But I hear what you're saying.
Oh man, do you know what? It's a madness. It's this life, So yeah.
Salaya said in her comments earlier, some people ain't meant to have sex either because they're not good at it. They should remain a virgin forever.
Oh man, listen, it's crazy. So listen, look, again, enjoy yourselves out there, guys. If you're a virgin, enjoy yourselves, and be free and enjoy yourself. And
yeah, just don't have the, listen, if this is what I would say as a somewhere in between the middle of what Kojo is saying, because, we don't have to agree 100% on everything. What I think is, it's most important to be comfortable in your body. And if you're choosing to be a virgin, then one, don't think that makes you better than anybody else because that's your call or choice to do so. Two, be comfortable with yourself because that's the biggest thing. It's like you got to be comfortable with yourself. Don't have a shame in your body, for the ladies, right? Your body is beautiful. Get to know your body. Be comfortable with your body. It is beautifully and wonderfully made, beautifully made. So be comfortable so that when it is your time, when that time does come, that,
Amen.
You're able to be comfortable with the person that you are meant to be with. That's what I would say. It ain't gonna be Kojo though. He don't care how comfortable you are.
It's not gonna be me. Sorry. Those are the days. Yeah, that's good advice though. Again.
They said get a rose. No, if you got one of them rose toys, you ain't a virgin. I don't care. If you got a rose toy, you ain't no virgin. I don't care. That thing is doing things. You got one of them suckers.
That's a dangerous thing there, brother.
It is. I don't want you if you played around with one of those things.
Yep, they're dangerous. They ain't good.
What?
Do you know, it's so funny about this topic, because I remember when I was virgin, and I had so much, and this is me personally. It's not about anyone else. This is me. I generally was so prideful in my virginity. I used to be like, oh, you know, I haven't done it. You know, other people have done it. How could you do it? I was judging other people for having sex. I used to judge people and think I was better as a Christian than them. This is before I even probably got saved, actually. To be honest, this is before I got saved, because I lost my virginity before I got saved. These are the days when I was in church. And I used to just judge people. I remember back in the school time, and I remember some girl told me she had finally had sex with her boyfriend. I judged her. I mean, she's even married to that guy now, so to be honest, she's even doing better than me. But you know, I judged her and everything like that. You know, I was doing the most, bro. And even when I got to one, I remember I had a conversation. This is years ago. I remember one conversation I had, and everyone assumed that I had a high body count, and I said I've got one, and I felt so proud to say I got one, because I was using that as a value system, like, oh, I've only slept with one person, da da da. And that's not how we're valued as Christians. You know what I'm saying? The value is not based in your virginity. And you're not pure because you're a virgin. You're pure because Christ is in you. I want to make it very, very clear. And it's not just about sex. Any sin, you're not pure, you're not perfect because you do things that make you pure and make you perfect. The gospel actually is about Christ. So your perfection and your purity doesn't come from action. It comes from who's in you, which is Jesus. So, but at that time I didn't know that, because, you know, the way I was taught, but two, also because I didn't have Christ in my life like that. So the understanding of what makes me pure or what makes me perfect was me following the 10 Commandments. I haven't done this, so I'm perfect. You know, or I haven't done as much as they've done, so I'm definitely good. You know, I haven't done this, or I haven't done that, you know, so I must be good. And I was using that as a value system for me. But what you have to understand is your value metric, and we're talking about as Christians now, not talking about on a practical level, because we talking about, that's the different story. Okay, if you're out here breaking your back out to several men, it's going to be a value system. This is the reality of things. But we're talking about in terms of you being in Christ. You know, that when you're in Christ, your purity is not based on how great you follow the commandments. It's not based upon how well you don't sin. Your perfection and your purity is based upon who is in you, and do you believe it to be so? That is where the reality lies. I mean, that's where the truth lies, sorry. So a lot of times we're taught that purity, and that's why purity culture was so dangerous for people, because it's like, it's teaching people like, you know, about perfection and being pure is an action, which there's a part of action, which is we do things to stay away from certain things. Yes, abstain from all appearances of evil. But what makes you pure and what makes you perfect is who is within you. So just to remind anybody out there, you know, hold on to that virginity, but also know, okay, as well, like there is purity and perfection, not in you. Holiness into, okay, someone said here, without holiness as well, no one will see the Lord. That holiness is not you. That holiness is not your action. That holiness is not you following the commandments. That holiness is Jesus. I need you to understand that too. Everything, people, look, we've been taught incorrectly. Holiness, purity, perfection, none of that is you. It is Jesus. Without it, you are nothing. Without reason. So the atheists will quote me out here. You know what I'm saying? So the holiness, the perfection, the purity is all in Jesus. Okay? All right? They're all in Jesus. So if you don't have him, you're neither of those things. It doesn't matter how good you think you are. Okay? You know, so that's just a little understanding of the gospel there. Sorry, Sean, go for it. You want to say anything?
No, I was reading D. Spinderella's comment.
Okay.
She says, fellas, please have a clean diet and stop filling the blanks. while you're single, many times not getting any.
That's fair. That's a practical tool. That's a practical tool.
Parts of that. Porn, definitely.
Ruins the mind. One day we have to talk about that as well.
Yeah,
It ruins the ideology of what sex is also, especially if you haven't had sex as well. It puts a wrong image in your head. You know, it puts a
Or
wrong
if
image.
you walk out with this notion, even for those that have, you know, it's it's just like watching reality TV, right? We do have to realize there's editing. You know, just like the people that come on and talk about production. Definitely porn is a production. So you don't want to take those things into the bedroom thinking that you're going to duplicate that or it's going to be that enjoyable, you know, because it's definitely a show with paid actors, and majority of the people, especially the women, are not enjoying themselves in the act. So that shouldn't be a baseline for sure.
100%. 100%. Listen, you know, I didn't get into porn until I was like 17, so I had already had sex by then. I had already had sex by then before I ever watched porn. That's the thing. So I think I had a different. The thing, if I had watched it and then gone into it, I might have had a different understanding. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying? So I had a different experience. I had already had sex at that point, and it was only because my girlfriend was like, "Come, let's do this on camera, whatever." But that's the only reason why I watched it. But before then, I never watched it, so I didn't really know about that world. And I was very naive. I didn't know what cum was. I didn't know this. I didn't know what jacking off. I didn't do those things. You know what I mean? I wouldn't even say I lived a sheltered life. I just never involved myself in those things. I was young, so what are you talking about? 15, 16, 17? You know, that's not the kind of conversation you're having. You know, so yeah, I didn't have that image. But you're absolutely right. Pornography will ruin you because it sets an expectation. It sets an expectation that it's not the right thing. Go for it, bro.
They want some virgins up here, Kojo. So
Yeah, where they are, send them up. Let's bring them up. If you're a virgin, come up.
yeah, if you're willing to talk,
If you're willing to talk, come up. Why not, man? I haven't got no problems.
is the link in the chat?
No,
Is the link in the chat?
no, not yet. I could put it in the chat. If you wanna come up, let's go for it. I have no problem. I would have a problem if you're a virgin. Come up here and have a chat. We don't mind. I put the link in the chat, guys. If you feel comfortable enough, come up.
Listen, have the conversation. You know, we're just talking. You want to talk? I know there's a couple of people that were in the comments, but if you want to, you know, come up here and share your experience. You know, interestingly enough, you know, my mom is a staunch believer, but when I was younger, she did a really good job of, you know, I got to give her kudos, and my dad too. Before he, fortunately, you know, my dad passed away when I was 16, so we didn't get to have too many conversations about sex, but we did have some. Um, and my mom, you know, when I was probably like 13 or 14, you know, gave me a book designed for teenagers about sex. We talked about sex. And it wasn't presented as something so taboo. So by the time when I had sex, you know, and lost my virginity, it wasn't like you know, I had some notion like, oh my God, I have to do what the porn stars do. You know, now I had watched porn before, you know, or like sexually explicit movies before I lost my virginity. But because I had conversations with my parents and talked about sex in a positive, healthy way, it helped to frame my ideas of what sex were and was.
I mean, I never got that experience. So I respect that. I never got that experience. I remember learning about sex in various ways, in small doses. I think I would say this. I think I was blessed. I think I had God's protection, because honestly, I think I missed a lot of those kind of things. I had tidbits of conversations about sex. People were having it around me, but I didn't really. It wasn't really a thing that was necessary with me. Do you know what I mean? I remember one time I had a few friends that were much older than me, and I remember we went to I went to one of our guys' friend's house. Which probably when I was probably about 11 or 12, and I'm sitting there and they put on porn, and I was like, what's this? What the fuck is this? I kind of liked it, but I didn't like it, and so I got up and I was like, I'm going. Like, I want to go. Like, and I don't know, I just felt uncomfortable. You know what I mean? I was watching something, it didn't feel right, but it did feel right. You know what I mean? But other than that, I think it was only sometimes, and I'll say this as well. I think the kids in this generation have it much worse than we did, because the access to pornography is at a touch of a button. Whereas as we were growing up, it's a videotape, VHS, but even before then, magazine. And in the magazine, you have to go into the store to get this. It's very difficult to go and unless you got an adult who already purchased it and then you stole it from an adult. Very rare for you to able to get it. But now, kids are able to access this through their phones so quickly. You know what I'm saying? So quickly. And an image is different from a whole moving picture. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, images on a page is one thing, but to see images on a page is so much more intrusive to the mind. And so even when the guys were even talking about pornography in a sense, right? I think I won't say the name what the site was, but it put some black porn site, whatever. And I must have clicked on it and I said, yeah, I'm not about this life. Yeah, it's not for me. I don't want to do it, man. Do you know what I mean? Leave it alone. You know.
It's wild, bro. The accessibility of it, because like you said, like when you were in your, when I was in my teens or something like that, it was like catching a glimpse of, those channels, whether it was Cinemax or, one of the dirty channels, and you get like a little fuzzy image, or you go to your cousin's house or your uncle's house and things like that. And it was like, or for me, I'm an only child. So some people, like if they had older siblings, then their older siblings had it and they got access to it that way or whatever. But yeah, now all they got to do is pick up their phone, pick up their phone. It was so funny. I was talking to two people that work at my bank, and they were telling me how when they're helping customers and now everything is mobile banking, right? And they said that they went to assist the customer with how to get on our bank's app, and they saw P-Hub pop up. I'm like, I could not imagine having that on your phone. Like, you mean you're just running to the store? What do you need that on your phone? Like, that to me, it just blew my mind. I'm like, yo, what do you do? People are just sitting around in their normal everyday lives just watching this?
Bro, honestly, that thing happened to me. That's why I'm laughing so much. I literally was helping a customer, and I'm like clicking on the box to obviously open up a tab. And as I opened it up, I'm like, what the hell? He's got several tabs of all over the thing, and I'm like, bro, what the? In my head, I said professional. I was just like, but in my head, I'm like, what's going on? Why have you got so many tabs open? Oh, me, like, what are you doing? In my head? And I just kind of and he saw that I saw, and he said, oh, bro, like, and I said, bro, whatever you do, I don't care. I'm here to do your banking. Don't worry about that. You continue to your thing, and I moved on. But you're right. I mean, some of you are nasty. You can't even do incognito move. What's wrong with you? But it's just like, yo, it's like, it's madness. It's like, it's a disease at this point. So yeah. Oh, Ruslin's in the back. Ruslin's, come on. Hey, Ruslin.
Hey, what's up, Coach O and Sean?
Hello.
Oh, we like the bright voice. Love the perkiness.
Love the energy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm enjoying this conversation.
Come on now.
So y'all ready for me? Y'all ready to hear what I got?
Ready?
Go on.
So I'm enjoying the conversation. I think it's a dope topic. I am a virgin. I'm 39 years old. So I will say that I do agree that it is true that a lot of men do not choose to be with a virgin because that's been my personal experience. However, I don't believe that, kind of puts us in a place where we have to feel like, we have to be sexually active to get a man. And I don't believe that's what you all are saying. But sometimes I feel like as a virgin, a lot of people feel like they can speak for us when they don't necessarily share our experience. And a lot of times we get looked at as if, we're comparing ourselves to other people, as if we're better than other people. or, we just have this super purity culture mindset and we're just really imbalanced. While that may be true of some people, I don't think that's true of everyone. And I could just only share my personal testimony. I did not grow up in the church. I did grow up watching church on television, listening to it on the radio. But I ended up having my personal relationship with God, just at home. I looked it up in the Bible myself that the Bible says, to wait until marriage after hearing it taught on the radio. And so I made that personal decision at 12 years old. And that's the reason why I'm still abstinent today, because I've grown in my personal relationship with God since then. So it's not that I've been a part of a purity culture. I feel like I've been kind of outside of that. And it's just been a personal thing. Now I am a balanced person. I read books, I go to conferences, I meet a lot of different people, so I feel like I'm a good candidate all around. And I feel like I'm going to meet a good match, whether he's a virgin or not, so I don't feel like that X's me out of anything. So that's pretty much it. I don't know what you all have to respond to that.
Sure.
No, I like the way you're talking, and I think you are exactly what we wound up getting to the conversation about, right? Is, this is a personal choice that you've made, and you don't have an unhealthy view from what you've explained about what sex is. So look, we respect you. I respect you, and appreciate you for coming up and sharing with us, because I think that's dope.
Thank you.
Hey, listen, I commend it. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate the journey. You know what I'm saying? So, as for me, listen, keep going strong. And I definitely hear what you're saying. Let me ask you a question. Since you're up here, it's good, so we can ask you, so you can get some real life aspects. So when I said obviously about quote unquote virgins being naive, how did you feel about that particular comment or statement that I made?
I completely disagree with that. I feel like that's a stereotype. And, stereotypes are people's personal experience that they try to put on as a generalization to everyone who, has some sort of similarity. Just like some women, they meet a guy who's up to no good and they say, hey, all men are bad or all men are dogs. I feel like that's the same type of scenario.
Okay. All right. That's cool. So for you, have you, I'm sorry, I'm intrigued because now you're up here now. For if anyone else, and by the way, if anyone wants to join, who will be more than welcome to have you on here as well. So obviously as well, then, what would you say about, or how would you describe your relationships in the past in terms of romantic? Have you had many romantic relationships? How's it been like for you in terms of history? And then
I haven't had very many romantic relationships. I had one committed relationship and a lot of guys who have been interested in me, but it wasn't necessarily reciprocated.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Why do you feel like, because we gave our reasons why, or at least I gave my reasons why I feel like, let me say me specifically so that I don't speak for anyone else, but I gave my specific reasons why I felt like men tend not to go for women that are virgins, and maybe, I think it's even vice versa. I've heard women say the exact same thing. Why you said obviously you kind of agree in terms of your experience. Why do you feel like the men, or what are some of the reasons some of the men have maybe potentially not pursued or gone after? Sorry again. If it was because of the virginity, why do you feel like the men have swerved that lane in a sense?
Well, I kind of feel like there's an epidemic with men of God, because those are the men that I'm attracted to, where they've been kind of left to figure out life on their own. So a lot of them don't have the mentorship that they need to learn how to practice self-control, because sex is a natural, innate thing that God has given each and every last one of us. But it's similar to, the story of Cain and Abel in the Bible, where God told Cain, sin is knocking at your door, but you have to rule over it. So it's something that you have to learn to have self-control over. But a lot of men don't know how to do that because they're trying to figure it out on their own, and because it's too powerful for them. they just feel like it's unattainable. And therefore, a woman who practices abstinence consistently or practices discipline, she's too much. That's too much for him. That's what I feel like it is.
That's it. That's it. Appreciate sharing that. Dahlia, welcome to the conversation. Good to have you on board. You can share your experience as well. We'd love to hear from you as well.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Great. Okay. I was having some connection issues, so I missed a good chunk of what Russell said, and I hate that because I feel like it was something good. But I really just wanted to jump on because I understood what you were saying before. The only point of contention that I had, and I don't even know if it was necessarily what you were saying, but what I was seeing in the chat, not today, but from the live that you were referencing earlier, was that this idea that somehow, all of us virgins are babes in the wood who, we've been living under a rock and we just don't know anything. I'm 34 years old. Okay. I've been on this planet for 34 years. I'm not naive and I'm not stupid. And just because I haven't had that particular type of relationship doesn't mean that I haven't engaged with other human beings in other types of relationships where I have gotten hurt. Okay. So it's not that doesn't happen. And I don't know if you've already spoken about this or not, but I stopped telling people that I'm a virgin most of the time because I get one of two things where they try to protect me like I'm a child or they see it, specifically guys will see it as a challenge. And they'll tailor their whole personality to try to knock my defenses down so that way they can take it from me, which I find to be incredibly violent. Just like the idea that you would do that, like you're trying to take something from somebody, and it's just it doesn't have to be that way. I find that to be very frustrating because it's not, you don't just see me as just like a regular human being who just so happens to not have experienced this one part of life. It's you only relegate me to this one area, and it's very frustrating.
Okay, no, I definitely hear that as well. How would you say, your particular, I'll ask Russell as well this question, in terms of relationship history then. So how would you describe your relationship history? Have you been in many relationships and stuff like that?
No, I would not say that. I would say that it's actually a pretty, I don't know the word for it. It's not a long history. To be honest with you, that desire, it didn't really come online for me until I was well into my 20s. I thought for the longest time that, maybe I'm asexual because when I was in high school, so many of my friends, all they would ever talk about was guys, and I just was not interested at all. That light switch, that didn't flicker on for me until I was well into college. And even then it was on the back burner because I was more so focused on getting through school and then getting my degree and getting into my career. And I had a lot of other personal stuff going on too, but it really wasn't a focus for me. And so now I find that, and to be honest with you, Kojo, my virginity had less to do with a commandment from God and more so to do with me personally. I made that decision long before I became to Christ. I don't get how people can just be intimate with somebody that they don't really know like that. And I just feel like it takes a lot to get to know somebody properly to invite them into your body. Like that's such a big deal to me. I cannot wrap my head around that for the life of me. And I have yet to meet somebody who I will be willing to do that for. And at this point now, I don't see myself doing that unless I was in a marriage with him, especially now that I am a Christian. It's like laughing.
And, I want to add something too. I think the naivety outlook has to do with the outlook of looking at virgins as if we're not human. And that's a lot of what we deal with.
Yeah.
A lot of times people put their own opinions on us, like because we're virgins, we don't have sexual desires or we've never had sexual struggles. And that's not true. I've struggled sexually with my sexual desires for years.
Yeah.
And I used to wake up in the middle of the night, having orgasms, and of course I would think about the most recent chocolate brother that I was interested in while that was going on.
Come on now.
and and
That's
so,
real.
and so I would pray afterward, and I'd be like, Lord, I wish I was better for you. I wish I was stronger for you. That's what that used to be my prayer all the time. Cause I just want to please God, and it's like every time I would pray and it's like, God wouldn't condemn me, I was still a believer. And then I remember one day God was taking me through a process because I noticed a pattern that a lot of times I would fall into that when I felt rejected, I didn't feel desired, I didn't feel wanted, and a lot of times as a virgin, you don't get those feelings. You don't feel wanted, you don't feel desired, you don't feel sexy and, desired as a woman, and so one day I remember the Lord spoke to me and he said, you don't need that crutch. In other words, I'm healing you from the things that you're looking to this lust, because that's what it was. It was lust, that you're looking to this for. I'm healing you from that. So you don't need to depend on that. You can depend on me. And so, I learned through that experience that, what Kojo was referencing earlier about how holiness is it's not contingent upon ourselves or our own works. It is contingent upon Christ, but there's also sort of a co-laboring, because remember, my spirit was yielded to God, and that's the reason why I came to him, each time, and asked the Lord, to help me to be stronger and so forth. So I think holiness really is a co-laboring. It is what Christ did for us, but it's also a yieldedness or a submission to God to say, Lord, I don't want to take you for granted. I don't want to take your grace and your goodness for granted, because I love you and I know that you have the strength or the grace to empower me to obey you.
That's real. Darling, you want to add on that? Thank you, Rustin, as well. I'm hearing you.
Probably the only thing that I can add to that, because man, what she said was real, is I will say this. What I've found is when I'm talking to my friends and family who are not virgins, or maybe they're celibate now but they weren't before, is that the desires that they have are the same that we feel. It is literally no different, and it is hard. It's bruh. It's hard sometimes. Okay, so it's hard. It's hard to have a level of self-control to restrain yourself from doing something that you've already made up your mind that you're not going to do. So in this, we can relate with the rest of the world. It's not like we're some supernatural creatures that don't understand those desires or those feelings. It's just that in this particular area of life, we have made up our minds that we're not going to do that. And I know for a fact that there are guys who are like that too. I have a cousin, he's 40. Actually, no, he's 42 and he's a virgin and he's had multiple relationships, but he made up his mind that he's not going to do that until marriage. So it's not like it's just those girls who are doing that. So I just want to emphasize that point that, like Russell was saying, we're not unicorns. We're not some magical creatures who don't have those, who just have no desires. We're not eunuchs here that was surgically removed from us. It's just that we have made the decision that we're not going to act on those desires as of right now. And for some people, if you're celibate, that's just forever. Like, I'm just not going to do that. I'm not celibate, child. No, I'm abstinent. But for those of the people who are celibate, they just made the decision that they're not going to act upon those desires, but they're still there. They didn't just go away.
So would it be fair? I'll say my point again. So if I was when I said, obviously, like for instance, virgins being naive, it doesn't mean I didn't mean like in a totality of things, but in the area of obviously sex, would there be an agreement that there will be some naivety there? When I say naivety is probably a word that people don't like to use, but let me say there could be some greenness in that area. I know you might have I agree. Listen, when I was a virgin, I had the urges. You know, I used to write graphic novels. For girls. Yeah, I really did. I don't know if you remember, there was a site called Tagged. I was on Tagged. I was deadly on that site, boy. I was a virgin writing graphic novels for ladies to jerk off to. Okay, I was doing some things. I was doing some things, and I remember people saying, you know, how'd you? And I remember I said, I don't remember how I knew some of the things that I knew, but when I did finally obviously have sex, there was a difference in what I knew versus what I knew. Do you know what I'm saying? So there was another side to things. You know what I mean? So when I say that, would you understand that? Would you disagree? What would your kind of sentiments to that kind of viewpoint as well? Ludwig, I see you in the background. I'll bring you up in a second.
I think that's fair. I think it would be naive of me to try to argue the point and say that no, it's the same. We understand. We don't, because we haven't entered that aspect of a relationship before. So I think that's fair for you to make that statement. We're not going to know what that's like until it actually happens. And it is a big deal. So I think that's fair. But you also got to remember, and I don't know if you've ever talked about this or not before, but there's levels to this whole virgin thing, because some people, and I'm starting to circle back to this way of thinking, that if sex is in the title and you've done it, then technically speaking, you're not a virgin. So by that argument, then I could say that I'm not a virgin. Well, I've never had like penetrative intercourse before that, I have done oral. Well, I've had oral done to me, I should say. But you can go by that logic. So, there's levels to this. and so I guess that's probably something that you also have to take into account as well when you're talking to people, to gauge where they are as far as what they actually know, what they're cognizant of, and what they feel comfortable with. And I will also say that what I've also found with people who've had sex before is that a lot of times we are assuming that because that person has experienced, that they know what they're doing. There's levels to experience too. And you actually talked about this before when you were speaking on DJ Envy and his wife, and you were saying just because you have experience, that doesn't mean you actually know what you're doing.
Yep.
That does not mean that you know what you're doing. And it's kind of sad that you have people who've had sex with multiple people but have never actually experienced an orgasm. It's like, well, girl, you may as well go ahead and get you a battery operated boyfriend. I can recommend one to you. I mean, I know all of them. So I think that maybe that's something that should also be considered as well when we're having this kind of discussion.
I'll take that into account.
Yeah, I'd agree that there's definitely some inexperience, but I would say that there's greenness for everyone, especially if this is your first sexual encounter with a particular person. Because each person is different. You have to learn their bodies, what they like, what they don't like. So there may be some things you haven't experienced yet, that you'll learn with your wife, that you like later on down the road. So I would agree that there's some greenness with everyone. It's just the kind of putting virgins in a special category to just, I feel like sometimes we get into the category of asexual or just completely unsexed, when people, when they look at it as naive, which I think is an extreme, but I think it's fair to say that, yes, we're in experience, and we have some things to experience, but I don't look at it as really a challenge. It's an adventure. It's something that, I look forward to, and embrace, It's not anything so much that's, like hard or impossible, and I feel like sometimes a greater weight is created. Like it's like this super big deal is going to be so hard because it's with a virgin, but it's not like I'm a different species. I'm only a woman.
I'm only a woman.
I definitely hear that. I think if I was to articulate some thoughts to this, which was that again, I would say from my experience, and you guys can check back on this as well and give me a different perspective. I think from my experience of either talking to virgins or having conversations with one or two. I'm not gonna say I've spoke to millions. Let me not lie. One or two of them. Oftentimes, there's also that's why I asked about the relationship history, because what I find is in order to survive as a virgin, most times people have not been in extensively long relationships, because to survive that is difficult. You're constantly in temptation. You're constantly in battle with that person. If there hasn't been a marriage, it's very difficult to survive 1 or 2 years. You know what I'm saying? So that's when I even talk about virgins being, in a sense, quote unquote, naive. It's because also as well the aspect of relationship longevity oftentimes comes into play as well in terms of relationship history. If there has been extensive dating or there hasn't been. So I don't know if you, maybe you guys can push back on that thought as well, or if you agree or disagree, whichever. I would love to kind of hear your thoughts on that as well.
Yeah, I think that's fair, especially if you have men leaving you because you are a virgin. A lot of times it's hard for a virgin to have an extensive relationship if that's her experience. But at the same time, you can still have a relationship and set boundaries that will assist you in the wait until marriage, so, that's my feeling.
I actually happen to agree with you, Kojo, and I think that's why you'll often find that, I'm specifically talking about people within the church, you don't really find too many people like myself and Rustlin at our ages, because we're both in our 30s now. You're not really going to find too many of us. What you'll normally see is if they have decided to remain virgins until marriage, they get married early, and there's a reason for that. So because it's hard. It really is. And I think that if I wasn't so focused on college and I had more of an intention I was more focused on having a relationship, getting married, I wouldn't be on this panel, to be honest with you. I would have already found somebody, and shouts for those my family is, I'd probably be on my 3rd or 4th kid by now. But and I'm just real talk. So I think you're right about that, and I do think that's why you get people like Ruslan who do talk about building that IKEA marriage and starting it early. Is because it is that much harder once you get past 25. It is that much harder to remain faithful to your vow of chastity or purity, whatever you want to call it, and stay committed to that, because those urges, it's like it doesn't just add on, it multiplies, right? And it's like 2x, 3x stronger for every year. It is hard. And I will say that you do have to have very strong boundaries in place, not for the other party, but for yourself. Because if I've had people who I've been incredibly attracted to, and it's like, whoa, it comes on so strong. And I'm sure you know how that feels. It comes on so strong. And it's like, if you don't have boundaries set up in place when you're not under that thrall, it is really easy for you to throw away those vows in the heat of the moment. Incredibly easy. And so for myself, I put those boundaries in place. And then I also do that for the other party too, because it's not fair for me to tell them with my mouth that this is what I'm adhering to, and then say something different with my body, 2 days later. That's not cool. That's not cool.
That's fair.
And what part we didn't talk about is, sometimes guys don't know how to act with a virgin too, because the one long-term relationship guy that I was in a relationship with, now I will confess that I was a little imbalanced and inexperienced, and he was my first boyfriend. So but like, he was afraid to put his arm around me in the movie theater, and he was emotionally unavailable. Like I would tell a joke, he wouldn't laugh, and he told me, oh, I'm more open to be affectionate with a woman behind closed doors, So like when we're out and about, or when we're at the movie theater sitting right next to each other, I leaned into him, and, put my head on, his shoulder or whatever, just, being a woman. And he didn't even, put his arm around me or anything like that, So sometimes I think guys just don't know how to respond to a woman when she has healthy boundaries,
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. definitely hear that. That's fair. Okay. Ludwin, welcome to the conversation. You said you wanted to add something to the conversation.
Yeah, as I was listening, I had a couple questions for the ladies up here because I was writing down some notes, and it's very intriguing to hear from virgins. So I want to ask, are both of you guys single?
Yeah, I'm single.
Right now, yeah.
Okay.
I'm in a
Mel
Oh,
says okay. Hello, Mel.
hey Mel.
hello.
Okay. So I have this question. Actually I have about five, but I'll start with the first one. When you guys were in relationships, have you done any other sexual acts, or you just abstaining from everything?
No other sexual acts for me.
I'm going to assume that me and you are on the same page when it comes to sexual acts and say no, I haven't.
Okay.
I have not either. Yeah, aside from I've like making out, yes, but that's
Fair play.
Is there a particular reason why do you abstain at least?
My personal relationship with God, the most important thing to me is intimacy with God, which is, just to walk with him closely, and I don't want anything to stand in the way of that.
I would love to be able to say that as my answer, but the truth of it is, it doesn't take much to get me going. I know this at my big age now, so for my own sake, it's just better if you just keep it from the neck up. Yeah, neck up.
I respect that.
yeah, I abstain mainly for myself too. Though I am a Christian uh and yeah, I have my walk with God, and I do, that is a part of it. I don't think I picked that up until later. I made the decision when I was younger.
Hmm.
So I've kind of just, I think I'm just more focused on the connection with my partner. And so, yeah. And I'll say I know I just came in. I'm 32. I am a virgin. I have dated, and as a virgin, I'm currently in a relationship, and yeah. And for me, I'll say this: I think it has been easier finding partners or meeting partners that respect those boundaries. I think that also helps. Having partners that respect those boundaries, and yeah, I want to help you through it. Yeah.
Hmm.
Awesome,
Okay.
Mel. Love it.
Um, can I go again, Kojo? Okay. All right. Would you guys say you guys put a blame on your virginity keeping you single or unmarried by your 30s? Or
Ooh.
has it been other things that kept you unmarried in your 30s?
For me, I would say it would be other things. So when I was younger, in my 20s, I was proposed to, and I was in a long-term relationship. Um, and I said no in both those instances. And then I had, um, some trauma happened, and then I took some time to myself where I was single for like a good 5 years, and then I decided to jump back into the pool of dating, kind of. Um, and so I think that more so, but I say that I also went to a Christian college. So I went to Oakwood, and it's, a Christian HBCU. So I think that also helped because I have access to groups and pockets of people that have the same mindset in a way. You get what I'm saying? So I think that also helped for me, having that kind of community or dating pool to pick from when I was in college. So I think that in a way helped. And but now as I got older, my partner, funny, I met him on a trip. So so I don't think it per se hurt. I've met guys that were, once I told them, now Some guys, once you tell them, you know, are just like, no, absolutely not. I need to try it before I get married, and that's fine. But yeah, so I can't say that it has 100% stopped it. Now I do have other friends that are virgins that I will say for sure has been a stop for them. If that makes sense, like get dating and stuff like that. And sometimes I think in a way, I think there is. I didn't grow up in purity culture. I have friends, and some of them did grow up in purity culture that I met at the school. And I know for them, they do have a bit of naivety also, and that naivety and fear also with dating and presenting themselves, especially in a changing society of that. It's not so fully like embraced like that. They are, I think, not just, I don't know if it's, I don't have data points to say that men are rejecting them, because they're also not always putting themselves out of fear of rejection also, you know.
Hmm.
So good. Yeah, myself, I'd say virginity definitely has not kept me single. Well, I have kind of like a unique bent to myself where when I was in college, one of my mentors, who's a prophet, she had prophesied that God was going to keep me single longer, you know, to keep me to himself. Um, and part of that has been God using me to encourage single Christian women. So, you know, I'm an author. I have books to encourage single Christian women. And I've spoken to women, I've spoken to young ladies and young men in high schools, um, as it relates to abstinence until marriage and just healthy relationships in general. Um, so God has used that. Practically speaking, though, um, I was so excited about just, you know, loving God and loving people that was my pursuit when I was younger. I didn't really pursue trying to throw myself into a relationship. But as you get into your 30s, you know, you turn 30 and then you start looking at your life like, dang, I do want a man. I did want to be married when I was 24, you know, but, you know, I didn't meet anyone. So I started more intentionally, you know, kind of looking at, you know, putting myself out there, you know, and now I'm getting ready to turn 40. So now I'm more intentionally looking at putting myself out there again. On the flip side, I will say that, the virginity thing has protected me in a sense, because, you know, the right guys, you know, they'll stick around, but the wrong guys, you know, it kind of reveals that. It helps to reveal that for me, you know, and in a sense that kind of protects me, you know, because if they're serious about not being willing to do the work that's required to be disciplined, and to walk in sexual discipline as well as discipline in other areas of our lives, you know, then maybe they're not going to be willing to do the work in a marriage. You know, and marriage is not for everybody. It's really for people who are willing to show up and do the work.
Thank you, ladies. I asked that question because you know how we have these YouTube talking points that once you get to a certain age, you've hit the wall and you're not eligible for marriage and blah blah blah. And I asked because if we're withholding sex, quote unquote, right? You guys are virgins, you're not having sex at all. Wouldn't that make it easier for judgment to find a better partner over the years? That way we wouldn't want a lot of virgins to end up single in their late 30s.
I, 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 okay. It's a little hard for me to answer that question only because I guess I'm pushing it back against the premise behind the question, which is the idea that the goal is to be married. And, you know, like we had talked about before, I personally don't believe that is for everybody. And I had to honestly ask myself if that's for me, and ask myself now that I'm 34, you know, if it turns out that, you know, you don't get married, or maybe you're not able to have children or whatever, would your life have been a waste? No, it wouldn't have. I mean, if if God put me here for a reason, and I don't think that my life would have been a waste because I didn't have marriage and I didn't have children. And to be honest with you, when I was able to wrap my head around that, it actually freed me up to just be able to enjoy dating and enjoy being able to get to know people without putting that burden on myself and without thinking that the world is going to end because I didn't get married by a specific timeline. I blew past that timeline anyways. And I needed to do that. To answer your earlier question, the reason why at this point now I'm not married and I don't have children is because part of it was because I was career focused, but also just like Mel, I went through something traumatic too that kind of stalled me out, and it was affecting my ability to be able to show up well within a relationship. And I thought it's not fair to me and it's not fair to my future partner for me to show up like I am, because I'm not a whole human being. So let me take a step back and work on myself so I can be truly whole. And I can say I am that person now. And I can be a whole human being. And if God calls me to be a wife, I can be a wife. I can say that with supreme confidence now in a way that I couldn't even 2 years ago. And I would say that for anybody, virgin or not, these are questions that you should be asking yourself is marriage really for me? Is children really for me? And it can't just be because, oh, well, people tell me I'm supposed to get married. People tell me I'm supposed to have children because I'm a woman, so I'm supposed to do that. Those are horrible reasons to get married. The horrible reasons to have children. You're only gonna make it to that way. Your spouse and your children suffer because you don't know how to exist on your own outside of them. And sorry, I just kind of went on a tangent there, but those are things that I would say that people should be considering, virgin or not.
Conversation's getting deep, Leading, any more questions?
Thank you, Dahlia. I have one more. Okay. So I think Rustlin kind of mentioned this a little bit, that she had a community when she was in school. So has it been hard to find men in the church who would like to be more open to virgins? Or at least have you tried dating other virgins?
Well, that's kind of hard, because you don't walk up to a person, are you a virgin, and and then start dating them. You normally it starts with an attraction, but I think it's hard to find men in a church anyway because there's just not as many men in the church, and I don't think it's good to try to limit the men that you're interested in to men who are specifically in a church, because there are Christian men everywhere, So, like, I think hotels are good places to meet men, when I travel for work or whatever. Like last time I was coming down the stairs from the elevator, and I just smiled at a gentleman. He looked nice and fit. He came up to me and we just started talking, and then I was going for ice cream, so he wanted to come with me. So we had a little mini date, but come to find out, he's not fully committed to his faith. He's exploring other options right now. So, I don't want to be unequally yoked, but I don't think it's so much hard. It's not as hard as we make it seem. I do think there's some fear. Mel brought that up earlier. There's some fear due to the inexperience that a lot of virgins do have. And there can be some naivety for people who haven't dated very much, especially who are virgins, because they may be afraid that they're going to lose it, because a lot of virgins are secretly struggling sexually, they just don't talk about it. So, I think once you get over that fear and once you start putting yourself out there, it will become easier. There's a scripture in the Bible in Ecclesiastes chapter 11, and I think it goes from verse 1 through like verse 5, where it talks about cast your bread upon the water because it's going to come back to you after many days. Give a portion to 7 or a portion to 8. So what that means is you have to kind of not just put your eggs in one basket, but you got to be willing to sow in several different fields because you don't know which field is going to produce the fruit. So you have to be open to have conversations with guys anywhere you're at, whether you're on a plane, in a hotel, walking in the park. I meet guys all over the place, and you just have a conversation. The Holy Spirit will give you discernment. You'll have discernment as well, based on life experience and your knowledge of the word, where you'll be able to discern if you and this guy are walking on the same path. And if you are, then you can continue. If you're not, no need to waste time.
I do want to say this. When I say men in the church, I wasn't sure which denomination you guys are, so that was just like a overall term. He could be anywhere, really. I just wanted to say that.
Okay.
I haven't met any virgins in the church, if I'm being dead honest with you, but I also don't date within my church either. Don't laugh, Coach. I'm just being honest. To be honest with you, most of the people that I date are actually outside of my church. Some of them are people that they're friends of friends, or people that I've met online, or just I have some guys come up to me while I was on the bus and say, "I think you're beautiful. I just want to get to know you. You want to go out?" I said, "Oh, okay." So I just kind of run into them everywhere, and but at this point now, I haven't run into any guys who are virgins, and I've kind of resigned myself to the idea that I'm probably not going to, because Coach O is right. To me, once you hit past 30, most people, they're not virgins, and a lot of them have been in relationships. A lot of them already have children. So now it's like, okay, what are you willing to put up with, and what are you not? And just really be honest with yourself about that one. So yeah.
Now I have met some virgins though. There was a Christian hip hop concert conference that I used to go to. They're going to start doing it again next year at Moody Bible Institute in Chicago. It's called the Legacy Conference, and a whole bunch of men from all over the world, Black men be over there, Mexican men, all types of men. They be there. I took off work every year, made sure I was there. I had conversations with at least 6 or 7 men during that 3-day conference. But everybody's not on the same page, so I didn't meet anybody I was interested in or whatever, or who reciprocated interest. But there was a virgin gentleman that I met there one time. I think he was from Carolina. He had driven down to the conference, and he was interested in me, So, when me and my friends were walking or whatever, he asked to go to lunch with us. So we all had lunch together, and so he stayed a virgin until he got married, but he ended up getting divorced. And then on the Clubhouse streets, I will be, talking in different rooms on Clubhouse, and I met a couple of virgins in there as well. So, there are male virgins out here.
Where is this?
Clubhouse. Which one are you asking? The conference, or the the conference is in Chicago. They were having it actually in 3 different states. I think they were doing it in Texas, LA, and in Chicago. But during the pandemic, they shut it down. So the guy who hosted, he said he's going to do it again in 2023. But it's called the Legacy Conference.
Okay.
And there's another conference. There's another conference going on this weekend. It's like a gospel hip hop conference that has a lot of millennial men, which is in Florida. It's called what is that called? Flavor Fest. I would be at Flavor Fest, but Kojo's coming to Atlanta, so I'll be in Atlanta tomorrow. So, but yeah, those are a couple of places that you can meet people as well.
Nice. Okay.
You said you're gonna be in Atlanta, Russell?
Yeah, I'm coming to Atlanta.
What? You're gonna be at the Legacy Theater?
Yeah, I'm gonna be at the Legacy Theater. I'm over here packing. I got this conditioner
now.
on my hair. I'm trying to wash my hair and get all dolled up so I can be cute and whatnot.
All right now. You might just get chose out there.
Oh, you never know. They got some fine men in Atlanta too.
Hey. I hear that. Hey.
Okay, no, I'm hearing this. It's been good to hear these thoughts, and just hear from people who are actually living that life as well. So, I'm enjoying the conversation. Ludin, if you've got any more questions, listen. I'm just being a passenger today, or if the ladies got any questions on the panel as well, like to ask.
I have one.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, well, it's a question in the comments. So, I don't know if this is true for you guys. And I know we've talked a lot about how the church doesn't really properly prepare people for how to date, really, or how to navigate this, because there's just no real hard and fast rules about any of this stuff right now. And I can say for myself personally, my family did not prepare me either. I love my mother, worst dating coach. She offered me no help, so I kind of had to cobble together, just kind of like a code of conduct and rules for myself throughout the years. And I'm wondering if it was the same for you ladies, or if you guys had any role models or mentors that helped you be able to figure out how to navigate through the dating experience.
Well, there's a lot of people that I come across because I was doing ministry in that
Hmm.
area. So when I come to minister, I'm also learning from the other ones who were ministering. Then there's a lot of books that I like too. Dr. Henry Cloud is really good.
Oh
Uh,
yeah.
he has a book, how to find a date worth keeping. He has a book on boundaries. He has a lot of dating content. Um, so I actually have a dating coach now that I'm working with, because even though you're dating and you have certain boundaries and standards, if you're trying to do it by yourself, you're not going to be successful. You have to be in a community of other people who have already done it, as well as people who are still in it, who are standing with you. So, yeah, I've always found myself in some sort of community. I'm very specific about keeping myself in a healthy community. And I've done mentorship for young girls too, and that's something that helps you to stay accountable as well.
Hmm.
For me, I didn't. I didn't have any, and I was born and raised in Jamaica, and I came to America when I was 15. So I also didn't have any. My mom, no. I also, though I love my mom has made some interesting choices herself, so I know. And my dad was just like, wait till you're 35. So that was that. And I think when I went to college, and it was interesting being on a Christian campus, finding balanced dating advice, because there's a lot of people, and I love being a Christian. I love the church, but sometimes I just thought some advice was too overly spiritualized. Like I was just like, oh, there is basic logic we can use for dating.
Hmm.
Um, and so having a community, I think helped with my friends, and then us talking through different things. The purity culture one, I had to kind of throw to the side. Um, and then realizing how much it really was dangerous, because I'm having a lot of friends that ended up getting married and now having to untrain themselves on that, even as married women, though they were virgin until they were married, but in that pretty culture, having the mindset of when entering marriage now and dating, and then
Hmm.
especially with marriage, switching your mind from this is my reward system was from my purity, and then now I'm married, and now I have to be like, okay, I have to be this sexually desired person. How do I switch to that? So right now I have a community of women that definitely speak to that are more like, hey, explore your bodies, know yourself, do
Hmm.
what I do when I was a virgin, because it really affects in marriage when you now have to see yourself as a sexual being. Like you should already see yourself as a sexual being, which I think for me, I'm more analytical. So even when I was in college, I was like, I don't think it's fair to say, um, to have this kind of disdain with being a virgin and having your worth tied to it, because I just don't think sexuality can be your whole personality and identity.
Oh
Um,
yes.
just a choice and a thing that I'm doing, but who I am is my name. I'm Mel, and that's, my character and other things are what make up who I am. And then, which, you kind of have to put up with, because when you're dating now, and especially when you're dating people that are not in the church, having to find a community or you have to now integrate learning how to talk to people that might not be as, I don't want to say churchy, but who might not hold those same, or might not have grown up in those same extreme purity cultures. So I just think having to find the balance with that and having normal conversation, not overly spiritual conversation, and just being, you know, real and making real choices. So having to find a community, I think especially as I got older and was aging, finding those communities and talking to people that, you know, made those mistakes helped in making the path and making the community. So I think that's what, I don't know if I'm just like going on.
I know exactly what you mean. I identify with everything that you said very strongly. I feel grateful because while I didn't get a lot of coaching around that area, I also I didn't get that demonization of sex either. I grew up in the church. My mother, she's been a Christian since she was like 7 years old. So I've always grown up in church, but we didn't grow up in purity culture. There was never like this overemphasis on sex or its demonization. I was always told that sex is wonderful, it's beautiful, that it's good, but it's also meant to be within the bounds of marriage. And so in my mind, I was like, I'm excited. I can't wait for this to happen. But it was never a conversation like, you know, what we were talking about earlier with Mrs. Kev on stage, where it's like, you know, you haven't hold on so tightly and, you know, men are the enemy. It was never anything like that. Thank God. Because that sounds like, that sounds like a chore to try to get out of that.
Yeah, because knowing people that are like that, it really is hard. I'm seeing how hard it is for them to get out of that. And I'm grateful that I just wasn't engulfed in that type of mindset. Because to me, I didn't think it was normal to be like, okay, yes, I'm a virgin and yes, I'm in a relationship.
Mm-hmm.
But, and you know, I'm being really transparent. Like, I think it's probably in my late 20s, some things I didn't realize how unconsciously I was holding on to some things of like, I'm in a relationship. It's healthy to have a sexual desire. Like, because sometimes you like it's sinful to be desiring sex and you're in a relationship, and it's like no. The Lord first of all, the Lord created sex, and and it's a healthy, like it's healthy for me to have this desire, and I should have it with the person that I'm in a relationship with and that I'm choosing to be with. You know what I mean? Like that's what's supposed happen. That's a natural order of things. And so having to be like, no, that just means that I really desire and really care and really love this person. And I want to express myself in that, but do I have boundaries around it? Yes, you know, but I think it's very normal. But I think especially depending on the communities and how you were raised around, and your choices for taking the journey of, you know, abstinence or, you know, is I think depending on what it is you have to find communities within that, you know. And I think also I wanted to say this is backtracking to something but previously about dating. The story came to thought that I remembered it after dating, and I'm sure there are women that are like this too, but males that are virgins. I had an encounter and I was like, you know, open to it. A friend of mine, I don't even remember the name of the site, but then I met an incel.
Oh gosh.
A really scary, it was a really scary place. So,
yeah.
Be careful out there, you know.
Yeah.
It was a very entitled and scary place and conversation. Because then you have people who are just, it's not really a choice. It's more like, you know, you're not finding a partner, so you're holding on. And then there's that intense pressure and kind of weirdness. But outside of that, I think finding a community and friends really does help, and definitely helps with, I think we're all learning relationships. And I have friends now that are divorced that are just like, listen, I'm still relearning dating and communicating and all those things, you know? So it's just like, you have to find a community within yourself that can help. And I think just having everyday conversation with people also help.
I'll answer the question. I'm not a virgin. However, I do practice abstinence. One of the ways that I learned how to date in a way. Have you guys ever heard about the Israelite church with the 12 tribes? They usually wear like those red and white outfits.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. So I was raised in the church. And by the time I got around to about the age 22, 23, I started to learn on my own about different religions out there. And one of those days, I just end up going to that church. And one of the things that I learned about their religion is that when you are courting someone, there is no touching at all. Not even a handshake, not even a hug. You are just supposed to get to know them, learn everything you can. You can hang out, go on dates, but there's no physical contact.
Wow.
And yeah. And even before you start the courtship, you also have to tell your elders too, which I didn't mind. But what I took from that experience, because I was dating someone from that church for about a good 2 months, I really learned about restraint. And it taught me a lot about, do I really take the time to ask all the questions I need to ask? And I kind of kept that same energy for the rest of my life, because I've realized that so many times people are rushed into things because they get overwhelmed with the sexual energy that you have from one person to another, that you don't really know this person, and then you regret having certain experiences with some people. And that has held on to me for years now, because I get to pick better partners over the years without letting myself get too overwhelmed with just touching people, just to be touching people. I also learn about what is my love language too. How do I show love? How do I receive love? And that has helped me too.
What were some of the questions that you learned to ask?
I learned to just mostly basic things, how they see parenting styles, where do they see themselves in 10 years from now, because for example, me, I saw myself as someone who travels a lot, but if the person just wanted to have just a wife at home, I would know that I'm not the right person for you.
Right.
If you just wanted somebody to just go to work, come home, or just be a housewife, then I would know off the bat that I'm just not the right one for you. So some of these questions over the years, I've gotten better with asking better questions. But at 22, I wasn't asking that deep questions. But it helped me because in your early 20s, you kind of hot in the pants. So so definitely that helped me a lot.
Yeah. No, that's real, and it's difficult to figure out when is an appropriate time to ask those kinds of questions, because they're not basic questions like, well, what do you do for fun? You know what I mean? Like it's a level deeper than that. And then it's also a matter of figuring out what is important to you, because some people they care more about values, some people care more about lifestyle, some people care more about a person's personality. They want their personalities to mesh well. And so figuring out what is the number one thing that you care about, and then tailoring your questions around that so you can figure out if you guys are going to fit together. It's a hard thing to balance. So yeah, I think those are good questions to ask.
Well, I think I'm getting ready to call it a night, but I really enjoyed being on here. And Kojo, I'm so shocked that you're getting my name correct. Most people don't get my name correct.
No, wait till next week. I'm gonna say it when I see you. But what?
All right, y'all have a good night.
You too.
Good night.
It was nice.
Thank you for the idea.
Sharing with us.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for having me.
I'll see you at that conference.
Indeed.
All right now.
Okay. Well, guys, listen, it's been a good conversation. Look, this is the kind of stuff we do on this channel. 1 minute you're talking about Married at First Sight, the next minute you're After Dark. Okay, listen. So make sure if you haven't grabbed your tickets, listen, detour, divert right into your diary, change your trajectory, and come Atlanta or DC. Come one of the two. Listen, because we wanna move to have more of these kind of conversations as well. And listen, if you're part of the VIP, you'll get the after dark conversation. And it's always powerful. It's always inspiring to talk to you guys in a more intimate space. So make sure you guys grab your tickets. I'll put the link in the chat as well for you guys. Grab your tickets, get involved, and come out on the show, man. We want to see you guys, man. You know what I'm saying? We want to celebrate and have fun with you guys, man. You know. So if you've enjoyed this type of conversation, there's more of it, but in live. Just imagine how it'll be live. Just imagine. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Honestly, I appreciate you, ladies, as well. Thank you, Dahlia and Mel. Thank you for coming through. Ludwig, thank you for the questions as well. I think it was very, very good as well.
Yeah.
You know, it was good to hear different perspectives. So, honestly, it was appreciated. Yeah.
Thank you for having us on. I really appreciate it. This was a great experience for me.
It was.
No worries, darling.
Great.
Thank you, Mel. Thank you as well for sharing. Dahlia and Mel, thank you for being vulnerable. We appreciate that.
Absolutely. Y'all created a safe space, so it's easy to do it. And thank you as well, Sean. It was a good conversation.
The shade. He was barely here.
No shade. I was
Ludwig, thank you very much.
Draw you in. Really trying to draw us in.
He's coming here trying to shake tables up. Leave me be. I was eating my good pasta.
Oh, too funny. I know. Listen, it's crazy stuff.
I done with peace.
Oh, you want problem?
Yeah, problem indeed. Nah, it was good, man. It was good. So yeah. All right. Well, we're going to jump off. We've hit our 4-hour mark, so that's the max. So listen, audience, has been amazing. It's been powerful. Thank you so much for joining us on this conversation. Don't forget, grab your tickets for the live shows. We've got some great people coming through as well in Atlanta and in DC as well. So we look forward to seeing you guys in those two cities. Much love, much appreciation, guys. We'll see you again very, very soon. All right.